What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Rest in peace, the Dark Chameleon.
Peace of the
Listen, check it, yo. It was a cold April morning under the constellation Aries. The moon was 85% under the luminaries. From the celestial waters to the womb my soul was carried. Then my mother gave birth to a warrior and visionary. But when I speak this truth, I feel like nobody hears me. Every once in a while, I give sight to someone blind, floating on the globe in the heliocentric lie. Dilate your pupils the more you open your eyes. The truth is sitting in plain sight like a disguise. Until my mother's death is revenge, I won't be satisfied. It haunts me when I think about the phone call when she died. A river worth of tears shed from my eyes. So I looked up at the sky and I asked God why. It's been 21 years, I'm still waiting for a reply. Since birth I've been at war to attack our undeveloped minds. Indoctrination camps making us dumb, deaf and blind. I'm always thinking solutions, we are running out of time. The dirty witchcraft is weak, I see through all the lies. I clearly analyze all the symbols and the signs. When I connect dots, the truth starts to align. The people are the power, you can never eclipse my shine. I say the truth hurts, but the truth will set you free. They say hell burns and there's a one-way ticket for me. You create your heaven or hell whether or not you believe. I'm God and Satan, I have to balance out my chi. One day these seeds I plant will bloom so you can be all you can be. Never give up and always hold your head high, cause you are God, there's no need to look to the sky. Oh yeah. Peace. What's good, Dom? Dominic, the only one here. I didn't even know what I was doing for a minute. I was thinking about how ridiculous and lonely Christmas is every year. And I had lost my train of thought because that thought was so negative. No, 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 no. I hit that damn button again. I thought it was going to back me out. Uh-oh, it might. Let's wait and see if anyone decides to come through. I want to break down these pictures. Not many. What the fuck? Boom, boom, boom. Nimrod. You're a Nimrod. Huh. Osiris is Nimrod. Baal, Yahweh, I had a conversation with a priest this morning, and they give coffee and sandwiches at this church that one of my friends go to. So I met him there. It just so happened the priest dude walks up to where the sandwiches are being served, and I was gonna say, hey man, you know what I heard? The word on the streets, Jesus is king, but I didn't. We started talking. I said, is it Christmas or Christ Mass? And then he said something like, people used to worship Saturn before the Christians. And I started to speak to him about I asked him, why did they worship Saturn? But I know why, because the solstice, and Saturn is like Saturn reminds me of the sickle, represents death, and time. And the solstice of the winter, obviously, is death. And I was telling him because of the seasons. I said it makes sense. And then I said Easter would be because I told him Aries, arise, and Easter time. You know, Jesus represents, you know, everything's growing in April, the springtime. So he was admitting that the symbolism, the preacher still believes that Jesus is going to come back. And then I said, do you know in Mecca there's Saturn? I asked him first, have you heard of Saturn's cube? And he says no. And I said, well, Mecca has a cube, and when people rotate around it, it represents Saturn or the heliocentric model, or it could be the sun with the stars going. I mean, yeah, if you want to do it that way, or it could be Saturn, which I think it's more worshiping Saturn, and it also could be Polaris. But I mentioned to him, when you fold up a cross, you get Saturn's cube. And he looks at me and he goes, wow, I didn't know that. And he didn't ask me if I'm religious or anything. But it was a good conversation. Not once did he try and preach to me about Jesus or anything, which was pretty cool. The guy, he knew I knew more than the average person. And I pretty much ended the conversation. The sandwiches are ready. And I told him, you know, thanks for the conversation. And the look, you could tell by the look in his eyes that he wanted to keep conversating. But he was smiling because, like I said, he knew, you know, I wasn't going to ruin the conversation. I would have said, we are God, or went into that, man. Usually people can't handle that. So I know to refrain from certain things in conversations through experience. You got to come with a slow and light approach, because if you drop it too heavy, people are going to back off and be like, oh, that's too much. But yeah. Anyway, I waited 10 minutes. Nobody came. So I forgot what this Nimrod ball. So which one's Yahweh? This is Osiris. So this would be Dogon. This is Yahweh? And that's Baal? They're the same. Which one's Isis here? Because I heard stories that Mary, the picture of Mary, was copied off of Isis holding the baby. I don't know how true that is. Oh, okay, we got pictures down here. My fault. So that the bottom right would be Isis, I think, right here with the wings spread up. This would be, I forgot her name, Ishtar. So it's Isis, Ishtar. I don't know who the dove goddess is. I know who's Semiramis. The Virgin Mary. That would be her. This is Libertas. And then, I don't know, maybe Semiramis is Meditations of Semiramis. That's what I'm thinking. And Tammuz. Jesus, Horus, and Krishna are all representations of Tammuz. Now, wouldn't you put Mercury and stuff in here too? I don't know. There's a lot of different. He got the Globus Cruciger in his hand. Now, I have a problem with this Globus Cruciger because they actually put the globe in there. But any old picture where the kings and drag queens are holding it, they don't ever show, excuse me, a globe. The Babylonian Trinity. I should have asked the preacher, what is the official Trinity? Guarantee he would have said the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. There's the Globus Cruciger again. With two men holding their hands. At least this one in the center has man, woman, and child. But it has Nimrod and Semiramis, the Holy Spirit. Ah, interesting. That guy kind of looks like Pan. This one in the center here. Oh yeah, this is the Father, the Son, the Holy bullshit. I mean, the Holy Spirit. Same with this one. But the one right here in the center, to me, is the closest one. Hickory dickory dock. That's how I should have started my rhyme off. Anyway. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Did you take a do 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 do? Let's do some sacred geometry here. Let's see. What do we got here? We got Jupiter in the square. Some Hebrew writing in there. I gotta look up the word penta. Pentagon. Because you got the pentagram and the pentagon. What the heck does penta mean? A pseudo hexagram? I never heard of that before. Number 7, pseudo hexagram. You got a hexagon, a hexagram, the pentagon, and a pentagram. You got a heptagon. Never heard of that one. A heptagon. Gram, of course. There's 2 different types of heptagrams. And you got an octagon and an octagram. Interesting. And this is the octagram. Why would they put... Oh, okay, I see it. What the heck is this? An enneagon? What's an enneagon? E-N-N-E-A. Enneagon? Enneagram? Okay. I heard of a decagon or a decagram. There's 3 different types of decagrams. A dodecagon and a dodecagram. What if it's a gram of cocainiana? Peace, Flat Earth Nation. Hey, I watched that video, man, with Jupiter. I've never seen Jupiter. When I had my old phone, I have seen this. This was about right before the summer started getting warm. I had my old phone, and I had took footage of this star or a planet or whatever. And with my phone, I could zoom in and see it dancing and everything. That's how close it was. It was so bright. Now, it might have been Jupiter. I mean, it was like the moon. It was so bright. The picture you got, everyone should go see it on Flat Earth Nation's channel. I think it's the second video. Man, Jupiter is so freaking bright, it's lighting the clouds. So all that, like Flat Earth Nation said, all that light years away, you know, even when you tell people you could barely see down the street, but you could look up and see trillions of light years away. No way. But people don't get it. I've said that to a lot of people and they ignore it. But yeah, it was good footage, man. Just, you know, at least that I know, when you put in YouTube pictures of the stars, you have to put look at stars from a P900 or a P900 in order to get real footage. It's very hard. If you put footage of stars, you're gonna get NASA's crap for the most part, which sucks. Because channels like Flat Earth Nation and other ones have real footage of the stars. Um, the moon turns once on its axis every month. False information right there off the bat. And always presents the same side towards the earth. That makes no sense. Something spinning on its axis, right? But only presents one side? How is that if it's spinning? Anyway. From one half of the moon, therefore, our world is always visible, while from the opposite hemisphere, it can never be seen, most frequently during the totality of a lunar eclipse. The moon's surface exhibits a dual copper color, an effect, what does that say? Attributable to the greater momentum with which the real rays of the solar spectrum traverse the Earth's atmosphere. No. The moon's real motion around the Earth is from west by south to east. It moves at the rate of 40 miles per minute. Experiments have shown that the light of the full moon is about 300,000 times less than that of the sun. The mean distance of the moon from the Earth is roughly about 239,000 miles, and its diameter is almost 2,100 miles. Waning crescent, first quarter, waxing gibbous, and full moon. So, I'm trying to think, like, shouldn't the full moon be on, like, between the end of the month, and then the new moon would be on the first? But they screwed up the months. All right, everyone, we know this eclipse of the moon. The moon is opposition now. No, it's fucking freezing up here in Connecticut today. It was, they said it was gonna be in the 30s this morning. They lying. It's way below the 20s. It was so cold. Gloves on, my fingertips were hurting. Not that anyone cares about that, but you know, even as a child, I used to look up and I would be staring at the moon, whether it was the morning, the evening, in the winter, summer, or spring. And I would look at it and be like, if the sun you see how they show how the Earth's in the middle of the sun and the moon? Yeah, shit don't make sense. Because the moon's always above your head. It's never. I can't explain it. If anyone wants to come up, I think the link is there. Just saying. But anyway, back to what I was saying. No matter where you are, you look up at the moon. If the sun, I always have said, if the sun was the center of this universe, number one, the sun wouldn't come over your head. That's why I think they changed. Because when I was in school, from the late 80s all through the 90s, I think I started school in 86. Anyway, the sun wasn't flying through space. The sun was stationary, center of our, and everything went around. Then all of a sudden they changed the model to where the sun and everything's flying through space and keeping its orbit. They had to do that because people were going to figure out as fucking poopies what they were saying. So, anyway. I'm not going to dwell on flat Earth forever. I found this interesting picture. I can't read any of the notes, but shit. Trying to think where else you can drop that link so I don't forget it. Because I can't click it from here. YouTube probably didn't send out an alert for my video. They're always doing that to Chuck Norris. But it's all good. In the hood. So this picture here, man, is very interesting. When I see serpents, I'm always interested. These people demonize everything to keep us away from learning the truth. That's my opinion. And I had a conversation with somebody behind the scenes, and they said, what if this is all bullshit? And I said, that's a possibility. And to keep us running in circles, I've thought about that. But it's either I look into stuff and figure it out on my own, or I sit around and do nothing. It's not like we're truly doing much to fight back. Every day that goes by is another day accepted. And that's how I look at it. But yeah, I don't know who that is in the center of this picture. But that guy looks like a giant compared to the other people. But what do I know? Primum Mobile. Vrania. Paulinia. I can't say these names, man. Eve Turpe. There's 10 names. Why only 10? Are they counting here? Thalia. Hi, Thalia. Thalia. I wish I could read Hebrew, I mean. Cleo. 3, 2. Oh, that's not I. That's 1. 2 is so the sun is 1. 2 is the moon, which Cleo is the moon. Calliope would be. Is that? Shit. Oh no, the sun's here. Number 5. So what the? I don't know. Moon. That's either Mercury or that's Mars and Venus. There's Jupiter. There's Saturn. Peace, Marcel. What's up, Dom? Dom Pino.
How's it going, Charles? Just came up to hang out with you, buddy.
Cool, because it's kind of boring up here. I don't know. Just going over some of these pictures that I found today. I should have had. Oh, there's my voice. When I talked to the priest, I should have asked him, you know, what drives you to worship Jesus? You know, because I'm just so interested in why people have more faith in an invisible character than themselves. What drives them or moves them? I'm gonna ask the guy next time I see him. I'm gonna pull out a piece of paper with questions. Whoop.
But wouldn't you, sorry, Charles, wouldn't you be able to answer that within yourself? What drives you to follow fiat currency?
Oh, I know. I don't.
Worship
True,
science.
but
Well, the reason
I don't.
hmm,
I don't worship money, or
okay.
like I don't. It's just something that is needed, sadly. But I just want to know. I'm gonna explain to him like if I talk to invisible people, they're gonna put me in the psycho house, unless it's Jesus, right, or Muhammad, or one of these characters. Then it's not crazy. It's fine. Uh,
You're
I'm
leaning
not
more
downing
towards
anyone.
you're leaning towards blind faith at that point. Worship just means to work for. So if you're talking about why somebody will blindly follow something like a Jesus, it would be no different. A lot of people blindly follow chasing money without understanding what is it, how does it work. Just because we can touch it does not mean that has anything to do with understanding it. Like I said, you can understand exactly another person when you understand yourself. Why you follow science? Why do you follow those two things up in the sky? When I say follow, you like you look at it. What is it? This is where the concept, Charles, of know thyself. It's not about knowing others. Because if a person's blind to themselves, trying to figure them out, even if you do, it doesn't really serve. You can go to a Muslim. You can ask them why do they follow something. You might be able to explain to them what a cube is or isn't based on other people's description. Hope that doesn't deflate anything.
Now this got some Latin written on it. Oops. Experiences. Sir Surla. I know this might be alchemy. Um, I was looking into Venus, trying to find the origins. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to take this picture out. I'll take this one out. Boom. And then what's up with everyone in the chat? I was looking for the origins of Saturn, the origins of Jupiter, the origins of Venus. Those were the three I focused on, and I couldn't find much. But I did find this. And it seems a lot of this shit is in Latin. I need to get a Latin. Uh, they got a list of names right here. Luna, Diana, or Diana, and Ceres. Ceres carries the what's that? The Bahara, that weapon. I got a picture of Ceres holding it. So Luno would be the male moon, right? And Luna is the female moon. What's in her hand? And she is the morning star, but she got the stars draped around her. Polymorphous demon, polymorphous demon, it says. The fuck? Anyway, let's see. There, Dom. That wasn't very interesting, this picture. I can't read the stuff. We'll move on to this picture, I guess. Now, I had a picture like this, but it was it didn't look like this, but it did have the snake with the tug of war. Now, the way things look in this picture, well, I was thinking, Dean, what's up, Dean? I was thinking she was holding that instrument because maybe it could signify, in the way she had the stars draped over her. We know the stars are vibration or frequency, and so is music. You know, they say, I don't know if there's a 5-string instrument. I don't know if there's 7-string instruments. There might be. But for the 5-string instruments, that would be every wandering star but the sun and moon. You would subtract those two. Maybe she has an instrument in her hand insinuating the stars are playing a song of life. Even during the daytime, I think people forget the stars are still above our head. They didn't go anywhere. I still remember the eclipse I saw when I was like freaking 7, 8 years old. And when the sun went black, I didn't know what was going on, and the stars came out. It was a full eclipse. I was scared. I didn't know what was going on. But I haven't seen an eclipse like that in Connecticut since. There's only been like partial eclipses or just a little corner piece. But in April this year, there's going to be one right over Connecticut, which is going to be dope. And I'm going to record it. Hopefully it's not cloudy. And hopefully the moon will be visible that day. So I could pan to the left or right and show the moon's right here. But, you know, I don't want to jinx it. But most likely it'll be cloudy because that's how it always works. Because they're spraying like champs today. You know, outside they're playing tic-tac-hoe in the sky. Your body sprung a leak. Did you say you want to hit the link? Oh, sprung a leak. I thought you said I want to spring on that link. Madame. But this picture, if you look at, to me, it kind of reminds me of Mount Center or Rupus Niagara, whatever you want to call it. And all them little animals at the bottom. It almost looks like they're playing tug of war in the heavens. And then it looks like the right side would be the sun. Would be the moon. Divergent just dropped an interesting video. Proof giants lived in reset world cities in big old buildings before 1800. I believe it. Or I don't believe it, I know it. Because look at the bottom of this picture. You see, this is interesting. Because there's a turtle, which would be Turtle Island, which is here, this whole realm. This is an interesting picture. I'm looking for Lucifer to get loose in fur. That's one ugly son of a bitch. Ugly motherfucker. Let's flip this picture and see what it says. It's probably in Latin. This sucks. No, 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 no. Peace, Jen. What's up, Dominic? Anyone hear me? Maybe it's me. Maybe Dom tried to talk. Oh, there. I'm
I
like,
can hear you. I can hear you.
I thought it was me. I got a picture here of my buddy Lucifer. That's the only one that came to visit me when I prayed. It was Lucifer, and I smacked him his ugly ass face. Actually, his daughter Lucy, that monkey chick. How is that, man? Oh. Look at all these demons. There's a bunch of stuff on here. I thought I'd be able to freaking read. But I guess not. Okay. Just trying to get rid of a couple of these pictures. Too many. So it doesn't slow nothing down. All right. See? And the top guy, I forgot this guy is, man. That's Thoth. The divine scribe in the ancient Egyptian pantheon holds a lot. I mean, holds a lot. Holds a lost. The Ankh and two serpent staffs. Hermes, same thing as Mercury. Hermes Trismegistus or Trismegistus holds a lost and I cannot on our armillary sphere to indicate the above while pointing to the below. Oh, that's his name. Mercurius mediates between antagonistic polarities and holds the caduceus symbol of harmony in each hand. What do you think this is? Technology? Thoth over here. Thoth wasn't he a teacher, Thoth? We're gonna have to look this up now. Thoth. Who was Thoth? Let's see. If you want to speak it, Tom. I don't care.
What's that, Charles?
Thoth. I said you could speak if you know whenever.
Well, I have lots of thoughts.
Interrupted me.
No, I have lots of thoughts on it. I'm just trying to pick which one I should try to share, actually, to keep it in a very simplistic form. Because I'm using my senses now. I'm looking at some pictures, and I'm looking at the written work behind it, under it. I don't see those things in real life. So that's a story now. I've never seen something on their head. So this goes back to people reading the Bible and somebody gives them pictures. Those are stories. And then I'm always trying to, in my head, say, how does that serve? I kind of said this openly before, Charles. The senses should always be questions. So this is where myths come to be. So yes, there was probably an age, and then there was the Egyptian times too. But is anybody alive to say they can validate that there was a person with a human body with some sort of, I don't know, head on it that looked like that? Writing about it does not
Well,
validate that. It just makes this more of a story. Sorry, go ahead.
you know what this hat or head thing reminds me of? I'll show you in a second. I just think a lot of these, it either represents, you know, I think in rituals they used to wear head dresses or whatever you want to call them, a head mask like
Mhm.
this. I think they used to do rituals. These people really didn't have animal heads like that for the most part. I mean, who knows? We, like you said, we didn't live then. Who can vouch? Even
Mhm.
people in Egypt say our people didn't build these pyramids.
Mhm.
Or is it part of the old world with the taller people? Was this their realm? And somehow, you know, I'm starting to question we're not even from here
Again,
for the
this is
most
where
part. We could
people,
be from an outer land.
yeah, yeah. This is where people get caught up. If I talk to, let's say, a Muslim and he's talking about Mecca, I said, so what about the stories when they used to kneel down towards Petra, or when people talk about the sun and the moon, the sun, S-O-N, and the moon, where they used to call it sin. Now people understand the sun took up sin, took up the moon. So again, these are all stories, and this is what I was saying earlier. Talking to somebody that's a Christian or a Muslim or whatever, for them to try to explain themselves, there'll usually be a defense because it'll be somebody asking, "Well, what's the sun and the moon then?" Those are images. Those are luminaries. Just because we can pick them up with our senses does not mean they're material. This is where people have stories like God created something in its image. We're in a material realm. That kind of changes if a person really grasps that. I said, oh, so I'm really validating with all these pictures then. Yes, because you think this because you can touch them. But what are you using to look at these symbols? What are thoughts? What are the senses? They're images. Another word to try to describe it, just to shake it up a little bit. So, and I'm just sharing ever so lightly so much, Charles.
As you can see pictures because, you know, you somehow the light was captured through your eyes, which are prisms, no? Your eyes are like,
Mhm. You are saying it. You are capturing something. The senses can capture a lot of things. Material, it can capture, like I said, when you look up in the skies, you're not seeing material, you're seeing images, luminaries. Have anybody really seen Saturn with the rings around it? Or are they just feeding pictures to you? Now somebody can turn around and say, well, we have this high-tech telescope. Has any of us actually seen that? These are just more stories. And then we call it reality.
but that's, oh, that's what Thoth reminds me of. The plague doctor. And then Thoth and the plague doctor remind me of the rituals the rich people do. They wear masks just like the plague doctor and Thoth. And have big sex orgy rituals and all this schnizzle pop in their Hollywood mansions where a bunch of sex slaves, ritualistic stuff goes. Uh, yeah. I'd rather keep my energy contained and wasted on a bunch of chaotic, lost people. Someone is knocking at my door. It's Dean.
Hey, Charles. hear me, Charles?
What's up, Dean?
How are you, bro? Yeah, I hope you're feeling a little better. I know it's been hard for you about your car. Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Chuck? Hello?
Okay. I'm like, damn, what's going on here?
You there, Chuck?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I was just saying, I know you had to deal with your cat, bro, and I just want to reach out and give you a big hug, bro, you know?
Yeah, it's depressing, man. Best friend's gone. I
Yeah.
come home, or I wake up, she's not there waiting for me, you know.
I know.
Like I said before, I feel like I failed her, you know, like when she was sick, seeing her suffer,
You
it's
just
fucked up.
don't feel like that, bro. The thing is, you're feeling sad and you're looking for all the things to attack yourself about, man, and that's not going to do you any good. I do it all the time to myself too. Being an empath, you can't help it. It's love in your heart, bro. You know, it's been broken. It's not really broken though, because they're still with us. They always will be. Yeah. Our hearts are big, man, and we can remember a lot of stuff. I remember lots of things in my life that I lost, but I still remember them, right? And they're fond and dear memories. And that's what I hold. But yeah, this subject of where we are and who we are and what we are and all this, we've got a lot of pictures describing stuff. But what I've always said, a lot of history is his story. We never really have our story. And a lot of these pictures all account to one story, not necessarily ours either. I tend to, I mean, you know, I'm in this Tartarian group on Telegram, and some of the pictures I'm seeing, some of the videos I'm watching, it doesn't take long to make up your mind that we're being fed a regime of things. And it's all geared towards setting up a world. This place has animals in it. You know, you talk about how would, so I go, well, we're in the belly of a beast. Well, how would you get in the belly of a beast? Could you be brought here, or would you have been eaten on the side of some big apple he was holding, and you were a bit of bloody bacteria, and suddenly you ended up in the belly of it, right? You didn't ask to go there, but hello, you know.
Christos. Oh, he's gone. Peace, Candy.
I'm pretty on board with Adrian, you know, and London Man, and that we are inside. And if you take the torus field and the chakras and that of the beast and apply them to where you are in his chakra, where's the belly of the beast? Well, it's not in the top of the head. And I kind of look at it like, well, you can rise up, but you can only rise up in the level you're in. You can't go any higher. You can fantasily think it. You can and consciously maybe think it, and even maybe with that conscious thought of it, intention can come about. But I don't think that people are anywhere near their purple chakra at the bloody top of their head. I think that if people say they are living in fantasy land, I think people live in their imagination a lot.
There's not wrong with that. It's just some people can't deter reality from a cartoon, or they can't
Well,
tell the difference between
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a good imagination, man, and an open mind. Yeah, I agree with that, Chuck. Yeah.
come on, pictures load.
Dean, can I put some different words in there?
Taking so long.
You can try to, yeah, fully. I mean, I'm, yeah, okay, cool, yeah. Dom, yeah, fire away, bro. I mean, fire away.
There's words like fantasy and imagination. Most people are using the concept of fantasy. The imagination is your higher chakra.
Yes,
If you
okay, cool. Yeah, no, I got that. Yeah, sorry, I'm buddy. I add these things in sometimes. I shouldn't. But yes, fantasy is different from imagination. Yes.
Imagination, image. Hence, when people talk about the purple chakra, they have to be in their imagination. That's what that is. This is why when you.
But
Go ahead.
I understand that, Dom. But if you're surrounded by something, we have to use our imagination to take us out of it, right? Right? Even though our surroundings are where we are, we can use our imagination to take us out of it, right? But not to say that we are out of it, just that we can take that to eliminate the load of not having to confine ourselves to where we are.
I guess the question I would ask anybody in that situation: are you the body? And if they think that they're the body or feel that they're the body, well, then who's speaking and who runs it when you go to sleep? Until a person realizes they've become attached, thinking they're the body, they're not going to understand the imagination, the image, and what we call the material, two different things. And one fuels the other, not the other way around.
But I don't imagine. I don't imagine when I bite my finger that there's pain. I know it's pain because it's my right.
Is that pain?
I don't imagine
when you bite yourself.
Is that pain when you bite yourself? Is that pain?
It tickles.
So
I downloaded.
we've been taught to this thing to imagine and to why don't we let our eyes tell us what we see? Why are we confined to imaginings? I think we are confined to imaginings because we don't like what we see, right? Well, I don't like I don't
These
like seeing
pictures.
all this bloody. I mean, okay, Don calls me treasonous, but I don't like seeing this. If we did this beautiful realm just to cut it all down to make resources out of it, I can see that, right? If we constructed this place so that we could rape and pillage all the resources out of it, I can see that. But I can't see why we should build such a beautiful existence, create such a beautiful existence, then to go and destroy it. I don't see why we should destroy it.
Because I asked the same question. Who starts to mine this place out? When they mine this place, all these, mountain ranges, and then there's dead bodies everywhere. There's covered up tombs. That went on. Now look at this picture. I don't know if this is AI generated or what, but let's say it's not. What if these cities, buildings that were melted, they had the same technology, and robots were at war back in the day. What if Terminator was based off of the war that already happened?
Exactly, Chuck. I mean, we like to make these fantasies about where we are and what we are and all these things. But hell, if we'd been taken and entrapped here, and then gone and created a beautiful earth realm. We'd coded in trees, we'd coded in animals, we'd coded in all sorts of things. Don't you think that we should have respected that? I mean, I don't see. I still am appalled at how deforestation has changed this land. And you can tell me whatever you like about all the fantasies of the chakras and everything. But that, to me, is a decimation of a place where our chakras could have grown.
Interesting. And then I have this
Really
one, Dean.
Thank you very much for letting me up today, Chuck. I wasn't too in the right frame of mind the other day. And when you're talking about your cat, and I just thought, fuck, I won't go up there. I'll just bloody bawl all bloody time because I'm a very heartfelt person. And I hear at the pain of others. I feel it. And in my own bloody... I've done maybe some different stuff that people don't do when they get older. I still do some things that some would call silly. I don't call them silly. I'm a very spontaneous person. And I might do some things that are called very silly, but I call them radical. A radical shift because I can't make head and a tail of where I am or what I'm doing or what we're doing as a people to this place. If we have such a heart for these beautiful creatures, why do we decimate their habitats? Right?
I agree, Christos, but I was just making a point that I personally, if people have researched or searched what?
You bald a bit, it's all right.
Morgan?
No, you're right now. It's got that scratchy sound. Sometimes, actually, what I find usually it's when I'm very excited. So when I start off with a higher raised voice, the sound check seems to take it and just scrub it or something.
Well,
Christos
was saying, Charles, they were photoshopping this type of stuff before AI. I think AI or technology to this extent existed before this war.
So do I, Chuck. I think not only are we capable of founding it, but the giants could have founded it as well, right?
Yeah. And that's why you got Indiana Jones and all these. They got us thinking they're raiding tombs and all this shit. Well, they are. Tombs of people that probably were encased alive during this war. And you're looking for stuff that was lost, like weapons or technology. And who's to say these pictures aren't real? I don't know if they are or they're not, but either way, and that's the thing, because I've seen AI's pictures. All they do is take real pictures and they could overlay other real pictures and piece things together. That's dangerous for people because they're not going to be able to, like I said before, tell the difference between reality and fiction. Now people have the problem. They think heliocentric model is real when they're showing a bunch of freaking cartoons from NASA. They can't tell the difference. They think those cartoon pictures of planets are real.
Yeah. So who's to say that the same kind of narrative wasn't happening then, and they were showing pictures to keep their narrative going, right?
And as much proof as hold on.
I mean, when I'm in that Tartaria group, I send a lot of stuff to the VIP and that. And I sent a thing the other day. Please watch out for a label. There's a new label, and it's something to do with a fructose type of substance that they're putting into organic food to give it color and to keep its freshness. But it's not that bloody good for you. You want to look into fructose and stuff like that. But the label is called Appeal. And people should watch out for it. I'll see if I can share something to somebody. I've shared it in the VIP lounge. If you want to go and have a look. Yeah, but that's just for our own health, right? But we have, there's so many pictures that we are bringing.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna switch.
Are you there, Dean?
Yeah, I'm here, Dom. Yep.
So when somebody looks at a sunset, they get a feeling. When somebody gets a look at, say, forestry that's been cut down, they still get a feeling. Both coming from the same source, but they're not out there. It's from within. Those are images that we're perceiving. And in those images, we'll find out.
Hang on a minute. Okay. Fully. And I agree with that, Dom. But I reckon all the images that we develop are on the script given to our minds, right? And those came from schools.
Well, it comes from the mind, literally called the mind, and then it's gathered nothing but ages of data. This is where people call the word soul. So now when you get these images, I'm just going to share this out loud. How people want to perceive it is up to them, because they got to remember they have all their own programs. Regardless of how long you've lived in, you have your own programs running, but you're picking it up from the mind. So when a person sees something and then they lean one way or the other, how it makes them feel, positive or negative, it's telling them that they're not balanced. Because you should be able to look at a sunset and say, okay, well, that's a beautiful thing. It's all of a sudden I don't see a sun. Nah, it is what it is. And this is where people start playing, they separate source into polarities. It is what it is to a certain point. I'm trying to use language ever so lightly to try to explain this. And all those are images. Those are, I can call it the light. I'm just using different words.
I got it. I've got you. It's an image. Yep.
Yeah. So now those images, then eventually it's where we get the concept of imagination. Now, what people call reality is something that they get hit on the ground. I said, okay, well, that's just the material. But again, as you're using the word, where is the word material? It doesn't exist here. That's the indoctrination. This is where
Well, how do you know it doesn't? Okay, we won't call it material. We'll just call it a thing. But it's still there. The sunset. You might not be able to touch it, but you can see it, so you know it's there.
Yes. And when you're looking at something that we can say touch, smell, and all that, that's material. When we look at the sun, we've never tasted it, touched it. So there's where they play
but
the idea.
We've bloody well felt it. We've bloody well felt it.
Okay. So now, okay, Dean, I'm sitting on the Earth's surface and I feel heat. I jump out of a plane and it's colder up there. We're playing with what's called the concept of magnetic. So now is the heat underneath? This is where the senses can easily, and I mean easily, be misled.
Yeah, I don't know. When I wake up in the morning on a fucking cold morning, Dom, and it's dark, I'm looking forward to that sun, bro. I'm looking forward to it because there's heat in it. And what the hell, where did the heat come from? Why is my body so affected by hot and cold? What is it?
Well, that sun is over top of whatever you are. We don't see the other magnetic underneath us. This is where they use the concept as above, so below. There's polarities.
I understand that there's a magnetic field here. And I understand that, but I don't understand how you can make the sun to nothing, to turn that heat off on my body in your mind. I can't see how you can do that.
Okay.
You know?
I'll leave it at that then.
As above, so below. I love this picture right here.
Well, I mean, as above, so below. Well, if you're inside the gut, we have, I don't know how many stomachs in our body. One, maybe two, maybe three so we got the upper stomach where you put the food in. Then we've got the entrails. And then we've got the bottom bloody, what they call the colon. And that still derives goodness and things out of what we've eaten. So all those three parts of our stomach remove goodness. And that is good for us to help sustain this body. And you know, that's just us. But yeah, cows have got so many different. They got 4 stomachs, plus they've got all the entrails in between and the colon to go through as well. So that's just them. I mean, a great dragon, we don't know the kind of stomach it had, but we have been told that the stomach of the dragon was filled with some kind of bile stuff that he could spew out on things and destroy them. So we must, if we're inside a dragon, then the we've passed through the acid part. If the body's standing upright, oh, I don't know.
Well,
Hang on. I mean, saying laying down, it doesn't matter. I mean, you pass food when you're lying down. Actually, you digest better when you've had a bit of time to allow your food to settle in your top stomach and start the transformation to the next part of its journey on the way through the food, the nourishment part. And so I mean, it's a little difficult for my brain to explain, but I can't deny that what I've been shown through London's channel, that we're inside of something, and which is inside something else, which is inside something else even again. And to say,
what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, I liken the idea that we're inside the body of something, which is inside, which had also resided inside something else, a parasitic world. I really do feel that we are in some kind of parasitic world. It's full of parasites, full of them. Look at the bloody what we've parasited on this place.
I wanted to ask Dom, what do you think about this picture? Because you always ask, or a person, who's in control, the flesh, or the higher self, which would be the astral body versus the human. Maybe Dom jumped off. I can't see, hold on. Yeah, he jumped off, of course.
I'm sorry, Dom. I just wanted to say, Dom, I'm sorry,
He's
bro,
gone.
but I know he'll be in the bloody chat somewhere, and he'll probably hear this. But a lot of times he breaks down my conversation for me, and I know he's got his way of looking at it, right? And sometimes he confuses the shit out of me. Because he tries to push me to think how he's thinking, and I can't think that way. I can't see it his way. Like he says, I've had 70 years of conditioning here. I've had 70 fucking years of it, and I've been conditioned by it. Yes, and you want to break the 70 fucking years in a second, Dom? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, mate. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, not saying you, Dean, but a lot of people that have been plugged in for that long. Imagine making an argument against imagination. You know those people that when they meet an actor, they think the actor is actually the role they played. They can't, like I said earlier, separate imagination, or they can't separate reality from, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say fiction, but
yeah, it's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. I mean, I go with my life's journey. My eyes have told me where I'm going, what I'm seeing. And as I say, when when I was born in this country, it was a forested land. There was bush everywhere. Farmland was the smaller part of our nation. The bush and the native land was the greater part. Now we are turning it the other way around. We are switching it over. And in that process, we are drying it out. And I am not blind to the fact that this place has dried out compared to what it was like when I was a child. I can't deny that this place was absolutely, every day when you woke up in the morning, the bird song was so vast and strong that you could hardly hear yourself talk. Now it's as quiet as a mouse. That change is real to me. You cannot hide it with fantasy and imaginings. It's real to me, right? And so that's why I find when people start to lay down those things that, oh, but just imagine. I go, oh yeah, I can imagine, but hey, it doesn't take away the fact that we have changed this place. We gave this place beauty and we took it away. We are taking it away. Why did we give ourselves such a beautiful place to destroy it? Why did we grow trees that were capable of giving us air and shade and protection from the heat, maybe even a hotter sun? Who's to know what kind of sun we had back then? Who's to know we didn't have 2 or 3 or 4 or 5? Who knows? I don't know. I don't know that. But I do know that I look forward to that heat in a winter's morning, and you can get up on a cold day over there and you tell me you don't look forward to the sun coming up. When you're cold and shivering waiting at the bus shelter and the sun slips over the bloody treetops and lands on you, you bloody welcome it. You tell me you don't, you're a liar. These people that try to shift the reality that I have and say that that sun is just an imagination, it's just going to bloody, I'm just going to give them the bloody almighty big finger, you know? The bird comes your way, mate, if you're going to give me that shit. You tell me you don't stand at the bus stop and have never, ever welcomed the heat of the sun. You tell me that you've never, ever been frozen cold, slept outside, and said, shit, I wish the bloody sun would hurry up. You know? That's something that people have to bloody identify with. If you've lived a comfortable life in a house all your life, and you've never had to worry about the bloody sun, maybe you can imagine it. Maybe you can, but you don't tell that to the bloody mice and the bloody creatures out there on the land who are waiting for it.
We're the only ones that went off. The mice and everything else are been doing what they've always been doing. We're the parasites.
Well,
I hate to say it.
I think everything is, Chuck, but I think that everything has developed a symbiotic relationship with each other. Man is the one who has taken everything as a resource to make something better of himself. He can't just live with the environment anymore. He has to take something from it. He can't be with it anymore. And that's what I am disturbed about. That's what I get disturbed about in conversation. People override it so easily because they've never had to live with it. They're stuck in cities. Their minds have been shifted. Their realities, they look at things in totally different ways with given imaginings of pictures and stories that the historians gave us. I don't actually always like to follow that. because it's not what I feel and what I see. Now, what we're seeing with with London's work is we're not seeing. So he's seeing something in the pictures that come from NASA, but he's not seeing some what would you call it? Let's say a massive great orb being presented. He is seeing bodies. He's seeing skulls. He is seeing great
Pareidolia.
beasts. Well, pareidolia, if you want to call that, but he is
I'm
seeing.
joking, Dean. I told him one time, I said, bro, you're staring at Google Earth too long. You're starting to get pareidolia. But I was joking with him.
Yeah. Okay, but I mean, his vision is seeing not a square box, like you know, in the presentation of the Earth and the way that NASA presents it, you can see biology. You can't see bloody square lines and square boxes and rectangles and you know, some foreign bloody thing. No, you can see things that we've recognized here already. Animals, beasts, different things that have been biologically formed. So to dispel that and say that that is just an imagination, why is he seeing animals and things which are here? We see them. Why is he seeing birds in the landscape when we are seeing them? They are here. It's not imagination. They are here, laid down. When you left this bloody place and died, you didn't take your body with her. The bird didn't either, nor did the dragon, nor did the bloody cow, nor did the sheep, nor did the bloody dog, and nor did the cat. They have to leave their body here. To say that you don't see those bloody things, I don't know, you're in a different fantasy world then. I think you're in a fantasy world. I think that's fantasy to say that you don't see those things. Imagination, that's a different thing. Yes, he just pointed that out, and I'm very grateful.
Yeah,
But I was binding the two together, but there is a separation between imagination and fantasy. But
yeah, I don't call myself. I thought you were done.
I'm done.
Jen said at least London is thinking deeper than a flat earth. And I agree, because I would think deeply about when I used to call myself a flat earther. And I'm just straight up when I say things, because, you know, people say the sun and moon is this, the sun and moon is that, but we can only observe from the ground. So people can't say this and that is factual if we're just observing. We haven't, you know, and the same thing with the ice wall.
There's a lot of places. Sorry, carry on. Yep.
We are in a crater for sure. That's been mined to hell. And
yes.
Me and London agree on that. And I think there's other craters like ours. Tons of them.
Total light track, yep.
Peace, look within. Who else came in? That's it. Like this whole positive and negative thing. That's why I pulled this up.
I came on early with you today, Chuck. Excuse me, but I think Adrian might go live today in London, and if he does, I'm going to go and join him. And I think later on, even Paul is going to go live later on today, and I think I might even go and join her. So I'm going to have a long day on lives.
Yeah, I like Paul's channel.
No, Paula.
Oh, Paula. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And I want to get some more understanding about these
Yeah, Paula hasn't been
illuminated.
around.
No, because she's not really happy about liars and deceivers. And I'm
That
not
got nothing
either.
to do with me.
No, it's nothing to do with you. No, she likes you, and you're. And I'm not going to relate anything that she uh, says because it's not for me to say. So, but I don't think there's any animosity between you and her, right? And anyway, so the thing is that I don't know anything about astrology. I don't know whether it's a real thing or a bad thing, but I do know that the birth chart that they seem to give out for us does ring a bell with a lot of things that are in my character. So I have to acknowledge that. And I cannot acknowledge it and not understand it by not taking it any further. I have to have those questions answered. But I am not going to say anything about a bloody planet because I do not believe in planets. I believe in planes of existence or even craters of existence, but I don't believe in a round ball place that's spinning. I don't believe the bloody things flying through space. I can't see how, if we were going so fast and so far, how we could see the same stars in exactly the same place every night.
Yeah, when you say that to a person that thinks we're on a globe, they come up with theories and excuses. And I don't get it, man. Just with a lot of other stuff. They'll keep regurgitating theory after theory, or people in religion, a lot of them will, their first, they'll start downing you and shit because you don't, and I don't partake in none of that negative bullshit.
Yeah,
I have
well, I
no
mean,
problems with religious people. They can come up here and speak whatever they want, but I'm not going to argue with them about fucking.
yeah, they can have their own opinion. Yes, of course. Everybody should be able to have their own opinion.
I'll save myself by the time Jesus gets here.
Fully. Well, I'm working on that. I'm working on that all my life. But yes. When people present to me that the planets in my birth chart, I say the luminaries with those names are in my birth chart. I don't say those planets. I don't call them planets because when we call them planets, we're using another person's lie to explain our truth. And when you use a lie to
is a plane within that.
Yeah. So when you're using somebody else's lie to explain your truth, you're not validating your truth. You're invalidating. I've been working hard for the last few days because of the season and what it is, and you know how the world likes to think of Christmas and the la-di-da times of holidays and Santa Claus and all that rah, which I have never have celebrated for a long time. I mean, people go, what sort of presents? What's the present? Have you bought me any presents? Nah. I'll buy you a bloody present when your birthday comes along. Or if you're gonna need something by so and so, I'll see if I can get it for you before then. I said to Maureen, I said, here's Maureen's Christmas present. I told her during the year, I said, I'll get that bloody window in. I'll get that bloody window put in before bloody Christmas. Before the end of this year, right? I didn't say before Christmas. I said before the. Actually, I said before Christmas Day. I think, right? And
Yeah.
and so I'm sitting there yesterday, and I'm thinking, and I'm out digging away out the back, and I look at the bloody window, and I thought, shit, I'm gonna get on to that. Bugger it, I'm gonna do it now. And I got it done. I got it done. Yeah, I'm
I
a man of
agree.
my word.
You see this picture, Dean? What do you think about
Yeah.
this picture? Lifting the Veil is a good channel, Minds. I agree. He's opened my eyes to so much. Like, people used to say the G stands for the woman's G spot, and that's the portal, the vagina, and her G spot. Now it makes sense. When I found this picture, I said, okay, that makes a lot of sense right here. Because
Yeah.
and they don't teach you, you know, that God is female, like, or let me say the creators, the females are the create, like, you get what I'm saying? They're the life bringers.
Of course, exactly. Of course, Chuck, I do get it. They're the ones that create the babies. They're the ones that bring forth the future, right? Yes.
What if Jesus, because even the cross is the woman's reproductive system, and what if the lower cross is the man's reproductive system? Because if you flip the cross upside down, it looks like a penis with the two testicles.
Yes. So who's to say that there never was another cross that was up the other way around, but they just removed one of them, so all we see is the one that they place the man on the top of, right? I mean, the birth of a man coming out of the woman, and then sling a man up there, and you confuse everybody. Instead of slinging instead of putting the upside cross in there as the dual, the male and the female, they just bloody took the male's bloody thing, slung the man up on the female cross, and slipped the male one out of our eyes, so we couldn't see the duality of it.
Yeah. This place is filled with illusions of. But let me just read this first before I get all depressing. Many meanings. Look within says many meanings, but if you go around the alphabet twice, G is the 33rd letter as well. But I'm sure you know this. I didn't. Holy shit. So if you go around twice, 2 would be the duality. So one time, what's half of 33 is? 15, 30, 17 and a half.
No. 16 point something or other.
Because 15 and 15 is 30, 12 and 12 is 20. I mean,
16 and 16 is 32, right?
Yeah. 17 and 17 is 40. Anyway. I also could not find this picture that I used to have. And it used to have the woman on certain degrees and the man was a certain degrees. I don't remember if the woman was 13 degrees. I forgot how it went, but I could never find that damn picture again. But people say so many different things about symbols. And in the end, does it really matter? You know, like,
I feel, Chuck, that the only animal that was coded into this place that has the ability to use fingers and toes the way we do is what has shifted us. If we weren't given fingers and toes and our body to walk upright in the way that it's because if you look at all the animals here, they all have basically the same skeletal structure, but just in different forms. Ours is the most adaptive form because we can do so much with it, whereas these other animals are limited. I mean, you can't go picking fleas off the back of your bloody head if you're a cow, right? You know, if you're a cow, you got hooves. You can't do that.
keep doing
They
this.
can't. A cow cannot scratch its ass if it's got worms coming out its bum. It can't scratch its ass like you and I can. But it bloody should. But it'll lick its ass, won't it? Right?
Oh boy. Yeah. After watching, I'm gonna be honest. After watching my cat suffer in pain, it reopened a wound inside of me and made me hate this fucking place again. I was just starting to try and create my own heaven and really be in peace with myself. And every time it's something, man, that changes that course. This place is fucking wicked, and there's too much suffering. There's too much arguing and hate. Even religious people that say they're so, you know, oh, I gave myself to God, but they'll sit there and criticize you for not believing in their God. They're so hypocritical, and this place is filled with too much suffering, man. It's an illusion to have anything good. The good part of this realm is an illusion to trick you.
Well,
this is fucking hell.
One thing I do have noted, if you look over time, for me, I see city people, and I talk to some city people, like Aucklanders and that, and when they've grown up in that city, they have no understanding of they know the animals that are out there. They know that they're in the bush and that, but they don't know anything. They have fantasies about those things. They have fantasies about how they live and how the animals live. And in fact, most people will try and take that animal out of the wild and think they're doing it a justice and putting it in their house. Because they think, oh, they'll be better off. Right?
I could see if the animal was hurt and you had the knowledge or wisdom to help it and then let it go. But I even think like having an animal, I was thinking that when Chloe was alive, I was thinking, man, I was stoned one day and I really just started daydreaming and thinking, man, are we selfish by having animals? Because someone had mentioned to get my cat neutered, and I said, no way. I said, I tell people, how would you feel if you woke up and your nizads were cut off? Wouldn't be a good thing. So who the fuck are we to say animals need to get neutered?
Exactly.
Peace, sir.
We
Drop.
we try to with all the animals and all nature. We try to bend it to live to our regime. But why can't we live to theirs?
Right. It's not easy living on a farm or in Mother Earth. I mean, with becoming one with Mother Earth and nature and stuff. It's not an easy ride. But I would rather live that way and work very hard to build, to have a piece of land and have animals and all that goodness. I would rather work my ass off doing that, knowing that my heart and soul, blood, sweat, and tears are going into helping my family. I don't like the fact that my blood, sweat, and tears, heart, and soul goes into working for a corporation, and they don't want to pay you full time, so then you don't get fucking benefits or paid vacation or sick time, and you're just like a fucking slave and a half. And the owner of these companies gets to go on their boats and their mansions. And why? Because we got them that stuff by working our ass off. Yeah, they probably started the store and all that stuff, but workers rarely get any credit.
And yet, we look at the earth, and we look at our surroundings, and what if you could talk to Jason the Cags from a Cags, he would say, well, there were pockets of survival after an event, and if you could say that there was something going on, and you were getting warring, opposing tribe, and you knew it was coming, would just if you were one of those people who were thinking, fuck, I'm not going to stand and fight, bugger it, I'm going to bugger off. Do you think you're going to bugger off and go somewhere where they're going to find you, or are you going to try and find somewhere that they can't find you? So I call those pockets of survival. Those are people who don't want to be in that fucking thing, that regime, that system, whatever. But they are pockets of survival for me. Now, why do we want to go to the country? Why do we feel that going back to the land and hugging trees and all these things are good for us, right? Why? If that is the case, why do we go there? Why don't we just go and make another city somewhere else? Why don't we just go and find another world somewhere else? Well, half of I think
Fuck going to
is,
find another world. Why don't we take back our fucking world?
Exactly. Why don't we just take back the one we've got? Why don't we just start bloody looking after it instead of fucking saying, oh,
Look,
flag this one, let's find another one?
Yeah. These people, I don't care what nobody says. Oh, Chuck, you're just lazy and you don't want to work. You could have anything you want in this world if you just work your ass off. Been there and done that. I wasn't happy. Like I said before, I'm not dying miserable. No way. And two, it's all right for these people to take everything from us and then make us work to get anything back. But if we took Mother Earth back, we're the criminals for saying enough's enough.
What makes you miserable? Oh, hungry. If I'm hungry, I'm miserable, right? If I'm really hungry, I'm fucking miserable.
Well, I'm miserable and my back hurts, and I'm tired at the end of the day, and I work my ass off for crumbs.
Yes, exactly. But what I'm saying is, like, you're out in the country. Say for me, I'm just looking at my side. I'm out in the country. Am I going to do something with the ground I've got around me so that I can feed me? Or am I going to be miserable waiting for the world to bring me the tucker, right? And a lot of people are so conditioned to sitting on their bum and getting on the phone or dialing a bloody text to Pizza House to get a bloody feed. And they've lost their own initiatives, their own understandings and all that. People are losing sight of where their food comes from. They're losing sight
Right.
of who even makes it. Right?
Damn, that's a good topic, Dean, man. Fuck. I want to go back on my laptop now and look that up. Because I know who owns 90% of the farms now in this country. The gates of hell. That's who owns them. Mr.
Gates of hell.
Microsoft.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. I've been looking into this, how much land he owns, and it's mostly farmland, right? You can control people with food because they're
Yep.
fucking hungry. Yep.
And check this out. I was watching something on farmers, and it was saying that. Hold on. Oh, let me drop the link for drop. I was watching this thing on the farms, and the government provides the seeds. Now, they have to be grown a certain way. If you take the food, take the seeds out and grow them in another part of your farm for your own self, I forgot they can do something about that. That's like stealing. Because the farms will have an area where they grow food for them. They won't grow the same, they won't use the same seeds. Not only because you can't, because the government says you can't, but because the seeds have been manipulated and they grow their own food from like organic, or I don't know what better word to use, not modified. But that says a lot. If the farmers won't even eat the food they're growing for us, but they'll sell it so we can eat it, they won't eat it. They grow their own food in a separate part because they don't want pesticides or anything they're using to be on their food. That says a lot.
It fucking does, doesn't it? Yeah. I mean, I'm laughing because it's irony. I mean, I always laugh when it's irony. People say, "What are you laughing about?" Oh, it's not laughable. It's bloody irony, mate. It's bloody irony. I always laugh at irony because we're so bloody scripted to like a farmer growing all that bloody produce, send it off and have his own little veggie garden around the back of the house, all organic. Or as organic as he can get it.
Yeah, I read something. I watched something on that, and the farmers were showing. Now I don't know if they were trying to tell us something without fully telling us, because they know they couldn't come out and speak it and say. So they said they showed that this area is the stuff we grow with the contract with the government, probably because their land's leased. And the bank probably owns their land, and as long as that's the case, the government has a say because it's not their full land. But if it was my land, I would tell the government to go F themselves. But people.
Well, the thing is, when you, I mean, some of the biggest landowners are the ones that control how that land is used.
Yeah,
and
they lease it to people. They don't want to sell it. They'll lease it because they know these people won't ever pay it off. They'll always own it.
The government assumes the right of ownership of land to sell to the people, right? They assume the ownership. They didn't buy that land. The governments didn't buy that. They fought the fucking natives who owned the land or lived on the land, didn't own it. They never owned it. They never saw it as an ownership. I mean, these people just lived on it. They never, like the Maori Ori, for example. They never lived. They never owned the land. When the Maori came and the Moriori had their genocide of the Moriori people, and I'm sure that wasn't just a, the Maori doing it. I'm sure they were incited into killing off the Moriori so that they could claim all the land to them, and then so they could have it pinched off them. I'm sure there was a bloody a rhetoric going on there, some kind of bloody plan. But the Smithsonians came here early on. There were Jesuit Jews here. There were, what do they call them, Moors here. Moors came to this country in the early part in fact, I have my suspicions that the Moors and the Smithsonians worked together. In fact, they might have even been the same group company or whatever.
Probably.
But yeah. And I suspect that they were the ones that came here with all these bloody different ideas, and they shifted the concepts of just a few minds, and in so doing, started a little seed to get germinated, get growing, and next thing you've got a whole lot of people or a family going, yeah, let's kill all them bastards, and we've got to get all that bloody land to ourselves, right? And I mean, we see it in the Norse mythology, where the Vikings apparently bloody went around raiding all that stuff. Who's to say that wasn't a script as well, and they had been scripted to do so, by some. I mean, because if you think about the men of the Norse mythology, they weren't around the time of the giants cutting down the trees, right? Well, they may have been, but there might have been a mixture going on there. I don't know. But a small man, our size, or a 10-foot man, is not like a man that would cut down a giant tree. And those trees that we see, such as the ones in Venezuela, for example, are miles across. Not 100 yards or several hundred meters or 1,000 meters. They were fucking literally miles across. And you'd need a bloody big man with a bloody big tool to get that tree down, right?
What's today?
We've got mounds. There's mounds in America where there's skeletons that have been dug up that are 30 feet tall. Who's to say the Smithsonians didn't burn all the bones that they found of anything that was bigger? I mean, that the only thing we can see in the landscape is what London's been showing with, excuse me for that. But London's been showing us there's lots of bodies laying here. And then we know that when we die, we can't take the buggers with us, so we have to leave them here. So that stands to reason to me. And I can't unreason that out. So I have to say that this realm is built of bodies, and people say, well, there's lots of different terraforms under the earth. Well, I know that liquefaction and an earthquake combined can sink a whole building into the ground. I've seen that in Christchurch when we had the Christchurch earthquake. There are buildings that went sideways. Half the weight of the building was on one side. It went down into the ground. The lighter side stayed up, and it tilted over and even cracked it. Now, these things are liquefaction and earthquake bloody mixed. And to say that we are not being terraformed, I know we are, but it's not through natural measures. I believe it's through unnatural measures. You talk about these giant trees. That tree would have had to have a root system. If it was a mile high, and we know that a root system under the ground usually is bigger and longer than what is growing out the top. So if you go take a taproot of a tree that's a mile high, it's probably 2 miles down, right? That taproot. You know, I think about this all the time. It's like that at that time they could see that there was a beautiful place they could make with trees, and they thought, right, let's plant trees, and we will have a beautiful realm on growing on the bodies of the dead. And that if you leave the earth and the trees to their own cycle, and I don't know if anybody's seen Chernobyl lately and what's happened there, but that happened in my lifetime. Those people cleared that place of all the trees. It was a city. There were massive giant buildings there, skyscrapers that, well, in those times, 30, maybe 13 stories high was a skyscraper. But it's still overgrown by trees. It's overgrown by vines. If you go and have a look at the place, the growth of the earth, the natural flora and fauna has moved back in because we're no longer there. They don't even know about radiation. They don't even care about it.
I bet you you could leave the Earth through the center. I bet you, like in The Simpsons, there's a hole at the pole, you know?
There possibly is. Yeah, that's what I think too. I think there is. And I even think tides, Chuck, because of that. And that
there's a whirlpool at the center. There's a whirlpool.
Well, water going down one way and coming up against the wall in Antarctica. And if you have a look at Antarctica and see what's down there, the biggest population of penguins and whales and sea creatures that feed on krill and other baby creatures. Now, you tell me that those krill hatch there? And I only know that eggs are hatched in warmth. They don't normally hatch in cold. You can't put an egg into a frozen land and expect it to hatch. But you take it into a warm land, it will. So I believe that the eggs that the fish and all these things lay are taken into that vortex. It takes it back and it takes it right out to the outer edge, and it spews it back into the oceans from underneath. And that krill is there waiting for the whales are down there waiting for it to arrive, to hatch and to come back. Now, an interesting thing that I have tried to figure out all my life, and I don't understand how it works, is that we have eels here in New Zealand. These eels are like,
we have black eels.
Yeah, black eels. They look like a snake in a way, except they've got fins along their back and their top and underneath.
So they got like a fish head, and then the bodies is like a snake.
Yep, and then they got like a fin.
They're ugly, bro. The ones here, Dean, are slimy and they're nasty. I didn't want to touch them. The Connecticut River has them, because the Connecticut River goes down out to. The Connecticut River goes to the Long Island Sound, which is the ocean, but it's like a port. If you look at the map of Connecticut, you'll see Long Island wraps right in front of Connecticut, so it becomes the Long Island Sound. It's like a bay. Connecticut River empties out into the bay, and the bottom half of the Connecticut River, or at least in Connecticut, it's all polluted and shit. There's mercury in there. They tell you not to eat the fish, but people have said, I've heard, that they cleaned most of it up. Who knows? But there's a lot of eels there, and man, them things are slimy, ugly. People eat them like a
I
delicacy.
do. I've eaten them. I eat them. They're sweet meat, but they're filled with bones. A
Filled
fucking
with
lot of bones, man.
parasites?
Yeah, a lot of bones. They got little
Oh,
fine bones all out through their flesh, and if you don't know where they are, and they're real fine and they're real long, and they can get caught in your throat. My mum used
your
to always
intestines.
butter bread. My mum used to butter bread, and that bread went on the table, and you had to eat bread with your fish because sometimes there were little bits of bone in there, and it was just a way of taking the bones out of your throat so it didn't get caught. Now, but I want to say that these eels in New Zealand, our eels breed in a place they call it Madagascar, or up along the coast of South America, up towards Mexico, in the tropics. That's where they go to lay their eggs and to breed. They lay their eggs there, the male fertilizes them there, right? And then they come back to New Zealand and come back up their rivers. Now, how does a baby eel, about the long as my finger and about as round as, say, the worms you get out of your gut? You know those little worms you see in your gut? And a cat's gut and a cat's poo? Have you ever
No.
seen the worms in a cat poo? They're little wee thin things about the size of the thickness of a needle, right? A sack needle, maybe. Not a needle for sewing, but a sack needle. They're about as thin as that. Say as thin as you know, like the plastic tube that holds ink in a pen, right? They're about that thin, and they're absolutely see-through. You can see through them. They're clear as, because they're not eaten. They've only just hatched. But how the hell did they hatch up there and then end up coming up our rivers? How do I get to see these little creatures that are barely a few inches long swimming up my river?
I'm trying to think. Where's Madagascar? That's in New Zealand, right? Or
No.
Australia.
No, I think it's on the side of Africa. If you're looking at there, see how you got the map of Africa there? Those islands that to the right there on the picture?
Yeah.
Those are, I think, Madagascar, right?
Well, there was a guy, he was on Joe Rogan, and he said he went to those islands where you're talking about. The west, or no, he said the eastern side. He said
Yes,
the furthest side of Africa. So,
which is yep.
Yeah, and the people said they were telling him and all the people that come there to visit, don't swim in the water after sunset. The lagoon, they called it. Don't swim, period, after sunset. The people on the island were telling them, and there's this black guy that went on Joe Rogan, so-called black guy. I wish I knew his name, so I didn't have to say that. But I'm trying to cut out this black and white stupid shit. I don't even want to say that no more. If an application asks me if I'm black or white, I just don't even fill it out. I'm none of them crazy colors. But anyway, he said he's seen a merman. That's what he called it. He said it was like 12 feet, and he said he heard a sound like a missile's doing the water or a submarine. It goes shh, and he said the thing jumped out the water, and when the kid saw it, he was with this European kid, him and his little European child. I mean, and he said the child was standing there like looking lost because it was in shock. But yeah, he said, so, you know, who knows if he said that to get views, or, you know, he's trying to feed into the conspiracy, right? That there's mermaids and all this stuff. I think it's a possibility, man. Well,
I
because
don't.
why is
I
there
don't.
all
I
this
don't.
old stuff with Gumby people that look like Gumby, right? Fucking what are they called? Oh man, what was the name of them people that have their freaking eyes on their chest?
Blemmies.
Blemmies.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Why couldn't it be
Yes.
mermaids or mermen? You know who?
Well, I mean, I go with that. All that, Josh. Josh. Sorry, Chuck. And I mean, I'll
Genetics.
keep my mind open, because still these are all biology as well. We haven't
Yeah,
got anything here that isn't biology in that even back in the day. It doesn't matter what we're looking at; it's all biology, right?
I think they figured out ways to, if they can take, I think it was with a dog, or they did something to where, I don't know if it was insects or something. They can mess with the DNA. And I think they've already mastered how. Like I've said before, man, the Blemmies, the Cyclops, those could have been all mistakes until they got the perfect so-called human, right? Whatever.
Yes, experiments,
Yeah.
I call them. I mean, at World's Fairs, you had bloody men carting around all sorts of people who were freaks. I believe those freaks were experiments. They were the
Right.
progeny
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Circus type. I look at this whole place as like a big experiment. I'll never forget Prodigy of Mobb Deep said that in one of his rhymes, that the US is one big experiment. And through the years of learning about food, the food, so-called food, um, it's crazy. We didn't have all this GMO shit growing up. There wasn't uh, 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 cakes made with fake bread.
No, and there wasn't fake meat being produced by buddy.
Yeah, what is all this meat, man? You know, what did they get the compounds of real meat and somehow created the compounds, and they probably grew it in the lab. All they got to do is get the recipe for meat, break it down to the molecules. I don't know. Synthetic meat, man. How how are they providing? Think about it. Every single place in this country is getting stocked meat probably every other day or every day. We don't have that many animals in farms. Where the F is all this meat coming from? And the fast food. It's like something ain't right, bro. Like I've thought about that for a long time. There's not enough cows in this world. You know,
I know, Chuck.
what
I
is
mean,
going on? Where is this meat coming from?
Yeah, it's always a bloody question for me too. I mean, tons and tons of meat out of bloody. They truck off out of a farm. I mean, I know each farmer here. We might not have the same stocking rates over there, but if you are breeding, say, you've got about 600 stock of cows on your property, they're going to produce 600 calves. Those 600 calves are going to go out on the market, and when they're full grown, and they're going to be turned into beef when they're full grown. But that's only 600, right? Um, that's only going to happen once a year, right? That's only going to happen once a year. A cow can only gestate a calf for one calf a year. It can't do bloody 10. So if you got 600 cows, you're only going to get 600 calves, right? You might get a couple of twins. They're not that proficient at producing twins and bringing them in, but they still do. But even if you were lucky to get 600 cows giving you twins, you'd still only get 1,200 calves, and that would be your lot to sell for the whole year. You haven't got any more. If you have your breeding stock are your number that you can only say, well, maybe double that, and that's what that's my lot for my income.
Smoking
And
G says there's massive farms in the Midwest, Dean, hidden.
Yeah, I know. I haven't got to that. I haven't got to that part yet. But thank you very much, G. Much love and big hugs from us. And to Jen and to all you people in the chat.
Yeah, smoking and G Sharp, Mind's Eye, and Look Within. And Alchemos 83 and Lonnie.
Alchemos and all them, just hugs and love, bro. and hugs and love to all your bros and broesses. Hugs and love to all of you. And and so, I mean, in New Zealand, I'm only going on what I know. But I've seen these bloody massive beef farms over in Australia and because they've got the acreage, you've got to have the area. I mean, a cow takes up a certain amount of space. A full-grown cow takes up more space than a calf. A full-grown cow needs anywhere between, say, 10 to 20 acres to survive for a year of grass. So you have to have the acreage. In the old days, out the west, when the west was one, so to speak, they had these bloody farms, and they were thousands and thousands of acres of poorly growing countryside, barren land that had been mined out, and cactuses and small plants were growing on them. And a cow had to forage 100 miles just to get a belly full. Right? And so people don't understand that part of it. Then now all they see is cows in a bloody paddock. And even the paddocks here, you cannot make a 400 cow herringbone stand shed milking cows feed in a paddock that's only 5 acres. It's not going to feed them. You're going to have to make your paddocks 10 acres or bigger to feed that many cows. So you've got to have the acreage to feed the cow, right? You can't just limit it. And so these other places who have limited, they've put in these huge, long standing pads, concrete runs with roofs over the top of them, and they feed them grain. Well, that's still an area. You can't put a bloody 100 cows into a small space. You've got to give them the space so that they can stand between each other and still be able to lay down or that sort of thing. There's still that sort of dynamic going on. And so some of those things that are like a couple of miles long or maybe 20 miles long, a big long shed with roof over it, it houses maybe 2,000 or 3,000, maybe 5,000, maybe 10,000 animals, right? But they're still only in the thousands. You don't get farmers having millions of stock on their farm. No way. It might have been in the day of the prairie in America when there was 1 million plus strong buffalo roaming free on that land. But that's a big difference. They needed that area, that huge, massive area, to feed that million strong or more buffalo. People assume because they live in a little box that everything else can live in a little box. Nah, that ain't the fucking case. Yeah, we confine ourselves and think that everything else is confined. There's, yeah, I'll leave it there. Yep, that's pretty good.
Alchemos 83 said the entire food supply system makes no sense. Take away fuel and nothing arrives anywhere. Just a month.
Yep.
That's the real apocalypse. Peace, Maggot and Little Bunny Foo Foo.
Oh, Maggot. How are you, Maggot? And Bunny Foo Foo. Big hugs to you both.
I heard, Look Within said, I heard a rumor that cows were just genetically modified ox. And they mixed them with human. That's why we have such similar DNA. Haven't looked into it much. I haven't looked into it much, but I've also heard of people using cows too. I've heard pigs were also made from humans too. That's why people can get pig hearts and stuff. So these people, that's what probably biting the apple, I think, means. It's not biting an actual apple. Maybe the tree of life is, in a woman, the tree of life is the placenta, right? Now, what does the placenta play a part in the woman's body?
Creation.
Right. That's the tree of life. Now, if you manipulate that tree of life, the fruit would be the child so maybe manipulating the DNA is the true sin, or whatever word you want to choose to use to call a no-no. So, just my theory for a second.
I think I might get up and go and put the jug on. I gotta.
Yeah, Dean's is Sunday. Dean's is Christmas Eve already for Dean.
Fucking Christmas Eve, yeah. I don't even. Yep. But anyway, yeah, apparently
We
so
all
we
know.
are.
It was Adam and Steve. Not Adam and Eve. That's the GAY people are gonna create a book, a new Bible for them, and it's gonna have Adam and Steve in the Garden of Eden instead. I'm funny. Yeah. They're gonna manipulate the minds of the children with that.
Yep. They're so far left to centre by the time they're growing up, they can't even figure out what's what.
Yeah. Thanks to that song, Teacher, Leave Those Kids Alone. Who did that song?
Pink Floyd.
Pink Floyd. Well, thanks to Pink Floyd and his album covers too, man. Yeah, my mom used to play that song, and it made me question, why would a grown man create a song telling teachers to leave the children alone? And I thought of either, in my teenage years, I thought either we're learning a bunch of bullshit or they were chombos, right? So either way, I knew something wasn't right about this so-called education.
Oh, it's doing it. Sorry.
How's the garden? Dean? Did you
Sorry,
plan?
bro. I just bloody tripped over the cat. Why do you have to do that to me?
Have you started your garden?
Hey?
You started your garden yet?
Yeah, I'm not really happy with everything, how things are going here. Weather manipulation, they're fucking with us big time at the moment. I mean, we've got a cloudy day. We've gone past the longest day of the year, and we haven't had much sun so far.
I'm gonna have to come out there one day, man. That's my new goal. I'm gonna write it in the book. It's gonna be written in the stars.
Weather manipulation here is fucking big time, man. It's been happening ever since the bloody sick. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, bro. It's just, yeah, I can hear you. The thing is with the weather manipulation here, Chuck, is I've noticed so much in my lifetime. You know, when I was a young fella in my teens, I got severely sunburned in heat stroke, and it was just like the beginning of summer, was springtime, and then this bloody sun just arrived. It was like, holy shit, nobody could stand the heat, but we didn't understand that we had to get out of it, right? We just didn't understand that side of it. And how much it affects you. And I just didn't even think about it. I got my bloody togs on. I thought, well, a hot day like this, it's probably best to be in the water. And I didn't think about what even the refraction of the water would do to me. But I swam, because I was a bloody good swimmer in those days. I could swim 5 miles, no worries. And so I went for a bloody long swim. And I swam from the mainland over to an island and back again. And anyway, on the way over, I was starting to feel pretty hot, and then I realised the only way I'm only going to get back and get out of this heat was to swim back. So I swam back. In the process, I was that bloody burnt. Even though I was in the water, I was still blistered. And I actually was vomiting by that evening. I had heat stroke. I was bloody under sufferance of heat stroke. And it's just amazed me, and I thought, you know, I mean, I didn't know about chemtrails, didn't know about any of that stuff, but I knew there was something not right about it. And so when chemtrails and all those things started coming to my knowledge, coming into my feeds and that in the 90s, late 90s and that, excuse me, I got it straight away. I got it straight away because, you know, I had already felt the effects of something that was abnormal. It's not really happy with me. I just I fell over him, really. I didn't mean to kick him, but I fell over him. Man, he tripped Maureen up yesterday.
You got a nice piece of land, Dean. When I put where you live in Google Earth, I couldn't believe it. You're up on a freaking mountain, and there's not a neighbor you couldn't even throw a rock to your neighbor. I mean, you said he's over the hill. I was like, wow, that's a beautiful piece of land. Secluded at that. That's what I want to say. Secluded. F the city. You don't want to be. If shit hits the fan, you definitely don't want to be near a city, man. People are going to be looting. Woo. They might even loot your house for a can of Spam.
Yeah. Shit, yeah. I mean, well, that's going to happen, and then they're going to come out into the country. Once they're finished with the bloody city, and they've realised shit, you're going to
Who
get
makes
more
it?
food out in the country. Then they're going to start raiding the country folk. And
But the problem with that is a lot of country people have tons. They're gonna have it's going to be like a shooting range to them. They're gonna have
yes,
fun.
I had a friend of mine years ago, Chuck. I got to tell you, he's dead now. He died.
I wouldn't try to rob them. I would ask them for help.
He's about
Be like, I'll help protect your
7
land.
years. No, 9 years ago now. 9 years ago, a good friend of mine died. But he had an armory in the middle of his house. It was right in the dead center. And it was a small four-walled room on its own. You had to get a lock and a key to go into that place. And it was guns from the doorway to the doorway, right round. On all the walls were guns. He had every type, from even the old musket loaders. He was a collector of them. And I said to Neil, if it ever comes down to a bloody war and the boss is coming, I'm going to come out to your place, Neil, and we can fucking all stand in a bloody great line and we'll defend the bloody place. But his wife has now got the place, and she has no idea what she's got. She's got no idea. In fact, I think she sold the farm now. Sold the farm, no idea. It's all about money. People got no idea. I can sell the bloody place. The money. Yes, that bloody
What's
song,
that other
Pink Floyd,
song?
Yeah.
Cocaine. Who did that song? Remember, it'd be like cocaine. That wasn't Eric Clapton, was it? No.
I'm trying to think of his name. Oh shit! I can see his face too. Crikey.
I gotta look it up.
Bugger. JJ Cale. JJ Cale did cocaine.
That's the only part of the song I like. I don't know why. Well, I don't like the lyrics too much. No, I'm lying. It's a good song.
Yes, but money, Pink Floyd did that one. They did The Wall. They had so many bloody songs that show about how we're in a bloody prison, right? Yeah.
It is Eric Clapton. I was right.
Was he the first to do cocaine?
And the chat says it too. Yeah, I was right. My memory serves me right.
You have a look out, see what year JJ Cale did the song. I'm pretty sure it was in the 70s or the 60s, late 60s.
Yep, this is the
70s.
song. I'm listening to it on YouTube.
But who did it first? Did Eric Clapton do a cover of JJ Cale's song, or did JJ Cale do a cover of Eric Clapton?
Cocaine. I'm about to download that song. What was the question, Dean? Sorry.
I said, did Eric Clapton do the cover of JJ Cale's song,
I'm gonna find out.
or did...
Yeah. It says right here, Eric Clapton cover. Let's see what he says. I'm gonna Google it. I don't know why I'm on YouTube. Because I want to see who did the original. You know what's crazy? Like a lot of Wu-Tang songs, especially like ODB and some other albums, I'll hear like samples, and then one day when I was doing carpentry, I'd be on the job site, painting or roofing. my bosses never listened to no hip hop, so I was always around old rock, and listened to. I found out a lot about a lot of good music, and I would hear a song and I'd be like, "No way, that's where they got that from." You know, you'll hear a certain part of the beat or a sample, like that RZA song. The chorus he got from "Here Comes the Rain Again, Falling on Your Head Like a Tragedy." Who sung that? That was a bad, you know.
Aretha Franklin? No.
It'd be like falling on your head. Like, that's bad, man. Thank God I don't
Oh,
sing,
what's
right?
her name? Is it the lady out of Eurythmics? What was her name? Yes, it was the lady out of Eurythmics.
I'm gonna find out right now. 'Cause I remember as a child hearing that song come on the radio. And in 1996, the RZA sampled that, and he did a damn good job. Let's see. I'm Googling it. Yeah, you were right. Eurythmics.
Eurythmics. Yep.
Annie Lennox and Dave Stewart.
Annie Lennox. There you go. Yep.
Here Comes the Rain Again. No. That's the name of it? Let me play this. No way. Here Comes the Rain Again, falling on your head like a tragedy. Wiki, 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 wiki. I'm gonna try to record my verse today. I'm falling behind, man. I didn't do no music. I didn't send Drop. I don't even know if Drop wrote something to the beat I sent. Hold on. Yeah.
Toast time. Time for toast.
Falling on my head like a new emotion. That's crazy, that song. Eurythmics. Europe Mathematics.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of rhythm, you know. Euro rhythm.
Oh yeah, back to Google.
Yeah, I feel like we when we get trapped in different scenarios, we tend to use our imagination more than our surroundings, right? To keep us entertained, because there's one thing about the human mind, it doesn't seem to want to stop. They even say that when you're sleeping, the mind just keeps going, and it's got, you've got to think about it in an unconscious way, that it's still keeping the body digesting, it's still keeping the blood flowing around the body, it's generating energy. All these things are going on because of a certain unconscious part of our brain.
Hold on, Dean. I just want to say real quick, hold that thought. Because you asked this question, so I just want to say it quick. The original, it says Cocaine is a song written and recorded in 1976 by singer-songwriter J.J. Cale. The song was popularized by Eric Clapton after his version was released on the 1977 album Slow Hand. So yeah, the original is J.J. Cale.
Yep.
Like green kale. All right, go ahead, Dean. My fault.
That's all good. Yep, that's good. I've got a pretty good memory, Chuck. Sometimes I get sit in the way, and you know, because there's so many covers and different people doing covers these days, it's hard to track down who the original was. And a lot of people will identify with the cover as being the original today, and they won't go past that. They won't even entertain looking out at it, that it could have been made or done by somebody else. A lot of people just go straight with the idea that that was the original, because that's how they heard it first.
You know, I'm gonna jump off a topic. They should make, in the Mortal Kombat series, they should make 2 new characters, Jesus and have Satan, right? 2 new fighting characters, have Jesus and Satan, and then Satan could morph into Lucifer. And, you know, or you could have a bonus character, Lucifer. And the bonus character for Jesus could be Julius Caesar, right? They should make them fighting characters, because I look at the Bible and religions as comic books. You know, people got to have a superhero. Superman. Jesus comes down. Anyway, my sarcasm.
Yeah, I've got a pretty good memory. I got most of my life's bloody record in my memory, but I'll tell you what, the early part of my childhood was a drama, and there's some big blanks in lots of my early childhood that I don't remember because of that.
Man, I can remember pretty far back, which is crazy, Dean. Not for now. In my 40s, I could remember probably, back to when I was 5, 6.
Yeah, I can remember those sort of times.
Who knows how long that'll last, right?
Well, you've got to the thing is, you've got to practice memorizing. You know, it's the same as anything. You've got to improve your fitness. You've got to do some work. Improve the fitness of your mind. You've got to do some work as well. You know, you got to exercise the muscle, right? And you know, it's good practice for, you know, you said to me, oh, Eric Clapton wrote Cocaine. And I said, no, J.J. Cale did. And it's only because I memorized, I heard it from J.J. Cale. So I know he's the one that wrote it. But a lot of people today, I can talk to them about that song, and they'll go, no, Eric Clapton wrote it. No, no, he didn't. You might have heard him recite it as a cover, but he didn't write it. And they go, oh, no. And they'll fucking swear black and blue. And I'll go, okay, let's put a bet on it. And we'll fucking go, oh, bro, yeah, I found it. You're right, bro. Well, what about that bet? Oh, God, bro. You know, they'll forget about the bloody money or the bet. Yeah, fuck yeah. Easy to fucking forget it when you're bloody, hey, when you don't want to back up your words. Eh?
I zoned out, man. That was crazy. That damn herb.
Good on you. You're good to go with that stuff. I'm not doing too well on that front.
I just had a little bit left. My last bowl.
Cool. Awesome.
I'm not the type to, I used to roll. When I first started smoking at 13, herb, it was over. We would smoke, man, a lot of blunts. At first, it wasn't like that, but then you get tolerance. We would empty out Garcia Vegas. They come in a tube, a green tube or a blue tube, and they got leaves, and we would roll some of the fattest blunts. But most of the new generation, they don't even know how good a lot of that regular weed was. It would be buds of just, your eyes would be so red.
For a while in my life, Chuck, you know, I was a bit of a free single person, and so I was quite proficient at growing, right?
You were a professional roller?
No, growing the stuff out in the outdoor, right? And like our family were quite known. We had a renowned name for it. And yeah, I could produce anything from 5 to 8 pound a year myself. And I could smoke 3 pound, no worries. On my own.
Yeah, that weed would make your eyes red. The problem today, most people's eyes are glossed over. They get so glossy. I've noticed that, instead of like red eyes. My eyes would be bloodshot back in the day. Now they get a little bit, but you know,
yeah,
they're more glossy.
I know what you're saying.
Chemicals in the weed.
I'd say so. That's what I reckon anyway.
Weed is so much more potent today. You know, who knows what they're putting in this stuff? Like, you know, that was my first thought back in the day when I heard the government was going to distribute it. That was my first thought, is they're making their move, man. My schizophrenic self was like, the voice in my head was like, they're making their move, Chuck. And I was like, shut up. No, they're not. But no, seriously, their weed, why, besides money, you know, they could profit. So they profit off the problem solution tactics. They like creating a problem and have the solution for it, so they could double profit.
Yes. Yep.
So
everything's a resource to the world. Excuse me. I'm gonna go out and feed the chooks. We had a hen that hatched chickens, and only one survived. But I'm going to breed her again. She's a beautiful little chicken that we got it from our hen. And we shifted them back into the main cage yesterday. Yesterday, 2 days ago. And one of the bloody chooks in there, the other chook, she started attacking them. So I took her out and put her in the other cage. She can be on her own if she wants to, what do you call it, mess around with the other's headspace. She's the only one that always does it. She can go and be on her own if she wants to bloody see if she can be the boss. Yeah. Anyway, I did a whole lot of digging out the back. I'm going to put a tank in to catch more water. I've got a 1,000-liter tank.
Think about this real quick, Dean. What if you had a bunch of bees, right? And the bees fed off of nothing but weed plants. What type of honey would they produce?
Yeah, I don't know if they convert the THC, although, you know, I mean, I'm not sure about whether there's a conversion in the chemical process, you know what I mean? But I have seen bees crawling around on top of weed. There are some pictures somewhere on the internet about it.
Hello,
Peace.
hello.
Peace, G-Sharp.
Hey,
Hey, G.
Charles. Hey, Dean. I'm so glad you guys are here today. You're talking about a lot of interesting stuff.
I
Well,
just
I
thought of
mean,
that.
too.
It came to me about the bees. I wonder if
Yeah.
that's possible because they like sweet stuff from the flower, right? Isn't they take the not the nectar, the
Pollen.
Yeah, they take the nectar and the pollen.
yeah, the pollen.
Yeah. Yeah.
So weed has a lot of like crystals and stuff or on the buds. So I wonder if they could create some sort of healing honey by
Oh,
using the marijuana
absolutely.
plant.
Yeah. If you can get, you'd have to have a male female. The male produces the pollen. So
Um,
you'd have to have a setup where there's a male and female plants in there. But absolutely they would pollinate that and make THC honey.
That would be dope. That could be a cure for people that are sick or something.
Yeah. Oh, hey, that's Charles, that is a good thought. Please be an entrepreneur on something like that. I don't know much about bees, but they do. Yes, right now our basil bolted, which means it's stretching and producing flower instead of leaf. And
yeah.
the bees are going crazy over our basil. So whoever gets that honey, they're going to have a little Italian tang to it.
What is it? Basil or oregano that they say is very good for the body that it stops like the capital C word,
Hmm.
the tumors, that word,
Wow.
that's what they
That could
say,
be
that it prevents it. I
that
don't
could
know
be
which one it is,
possible.
oregano or
Or I don't either, but I my grandmother was a huge gardener. She would grow about a third of an acre of just corn, and then the rest of the acre was everything. I mean, she'd bring out zucchini, this, I mean, like 14 inches long. She was just an excellent gardener, an Italian gal. And I was raised on all of that. And I have to say, knock on wood, our family did not get the C. We die of other things in our family, but not that.
Alchemos83 said, Charles, I don't know what RSO means.
Is that
Olive
like
oil.
RSO is like I guess a cannabis oil of something? Wow.
Nice. That's nice, Alchemo83. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to learn how to grow. I did not gain my grandmother's touch at all.
I think we all should,
Yeah.
and I got to speak for myself because I like to practice what I so-called preach or speak, but I need to do it myself. I'm trying to get more tuned with Mother Earth, away from the synthetic, fake world. We were created from Mother Earth. We can't mix with synthetic. I don't want to be cyborgs or a synthetic plastic person or rubber, whatever.
Do you
Mother
think that's
Earth.
do you think that's possible that humanity might move towards that? Like, let's say 2 or 3 generations from now are going to be wearing augmented
They
eyewear.
are already.
Well, but you know what I mean, like implanted, like the Borg. Someone loses an arm, which would be great, and then they gain a prosthetic, but it's just so real-like. That'd be trippy.
This guy I just seen a video where I think it was the leg. The guy it was the leg. One had a robotic leg, and the other one had the old school kind where you manually have to do stuff
Yeah.
from the 90s or whatever. And I forgot how much he said his cost. But he said he liked the old one better before. He spent, I forgot how much money. It was this crazy price. And
Yeah, I'm sure.
they already have like, but not like you said, as far as I know, that look exactly human. That would be crazy.
Right, like you see in sci-fi movies right now. They're,
Oh,
they're
I'll show
like
you right
not only,
now. A
yeah,
robot. Hold on.
like they've got, superpowers with the arm. Let's just use that one, and
Look.
yeah.
Go ahead, G Sharp. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I just came up to say hello and happy holidays to everyone. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to change any subject or anything.
Oh, you're doing great. Any subject is good. I sound
right.
Yeah, I say the same thing. Yeah. However it flows.
Look at this, G Sharp. I'm gonna show you a video. I think this guy is a robot. I've never seen a human do this, and I know they use these damn things in sports now. And you'll see. Hold on.
Our director, Lance Barrow, producer, happened to catch this just as the anthem ended with Moreno on the Denver sideline. First and 10, Kansas City from the Chiefs' 14-yard line. Well, it's a big game, emotional. Big game by Moreno last week. Our director, Lance Barrow, producer, happened to catch this just as the anthem ended with Moreno on the Denver sideline.
You see how the eyes are just pouring water out like a freaking robot. Like they hit a button to make them cry or something. I've never seen no one pour water out their eyes like that. I don't care who you are.
Our director, Lance Barrow, producer, happened to
Watch.
catch this just as the anthem
Boom.
ended with Moreno on the Denver sideline. First and 10, Kansas City from the Chiefs.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Did he put his fingers in his mouth to taste it?
Oh, interesting.
But yeah, I'll never forget seeing this. And this is old. This video. Somebody caught that. It's like a robot. Like I've never seen a human cry like that. It was like a tidal wave was coming out of his face.
Yeah, I mean that was beyond. I just want to jump in. Thank you, Jen, about the basil flower tip. I will use it. Thank you.
Basil flower.
Oh yeah,
Look.
we were talking about bolting. They bolt, and there you go. She's saying how to prevent it, because I'd like to have basil throughout the year. Because it's very mild here. It'll grow in the winter here for a long time. Thank you. I'm sorry, Chuck.
But I think it'd be triggered by light, wouldn't it, G?
Basil?
Yeah, it'd be. I mean, everything's triggered by light to flower,
Yes,
right?
that's right.
So it's the light spectrum.
You're absolutely right. As it moves north and south, the spectrum of the light changes, the blues and reds. We don't see it, but it's there. Yes, absolutely. And I'm not really familiar with the plants and why they do the bolting and stuff, but I do know after growing basil, it hits a point where it will just say, okay, I'm ready to, flower and create pollen and, shoot off the next generation for the spring kind of thing. Yeah.
Yes.
But if you want to slow it down so you can have more leaves throughout the fall and winter. Yeah. That's what she's telling me, how to sneakily, get the basil to think something else so you can have some leaves.
Well, the thing is, I mean, we can trick them into certain things.
Yes, you can. That's it. That's what I'm learning now, how to understand
and that's
the
what I
plant.
think that the climate change is able to do as well, right? That it is tricking plants to retrain themselves.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I brought the subject up. I've been bringing it up lately quite a bit because I actually set it on Marco Power. Is one of his things that I think the seasons, it's almost like they're a month behind here, right? We are getting weather, I feel, that should be spring weather mixed in with summer weather. And so to me, it's not the weather like that. I think something's shifting the the dynamics to make that happen. And I mean, we normally at this time of the year, it's our bush honey is one of our, you know, New Zealand's Manuka honey is world renowned, right? It's world renowned. And it holds the highest price on the market of all honeys today.
Right on, right on.
And so, when you look at the thing, well, 4 years ago, they had the biggest boom of Manuka flowering this country's probably seen in a while, since probably before climate change and manipulation. And maybe even the climate change was manipulated to do that so that it had a beautiful flowering. And they loaded the market with so much honey, right? And now places are closing down. Beekeepers are struggling to find honey to feed, flowers to feed their bees because there's no flowering out there. So who's controlling the flowering, right?
The weather
because
people,
there are bee people here going broke when they thought, oh shit, we're really making the money, right? They got this huge crop, one after the other, bang, bang, bang. So they thought, right, we're going to invest in new equipment. And then they drop you right out of it. And now you're fucking paying for something you can't even afford to keep. And so much of that going on in this country, it bloody makes me bloody pissed off.
Yeah, so Dean, do you feel that it's a weather manipulation and they're squeezing certain products like honey? You know, it could be anything, but in your case. And
well, the thing is, I think they're squeezing the climate so that the flowering doesn't happen, right? They're changing the spectrum of the light so that we can't get the flowering.
Yeah, I get you. No, I totally get it.
I just walk through to go to the bathroom and I don't see my cat there. It fucks me up every time.
Oh, I am so sorry for your loss, Charles. I understand completely where you're at. I've had some wonderful, I call them the little first souls in my life. And yeah.
I've never lost an animal that was mine, like that I took care of.
Yeah, no, it's
over about 7 years I had her.
Got
her from someone else.
You know what?
I didn't think it would hurt this bad.
Mm-hmm.
When you were talking about the little bunnies you were seeing everywhere?
Yeah, that was a sign. I was thinking about that earlier, Dean, in the morning. I said, maybe seeing all that death was a sign that it was coming my way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they start giving you telltale signs, and you know, it's the two hands of God. They bring you so much joy, and then you have to carry a heavy heart when they're gone. That's it.
The animals, I really think if we look at the animals, we will see a lot more. We've been blinded to see nature as a lesson, as a teacher, right?
Hi, Dominic. Pink Floyd, yay!
I was just about to say that. That's crazy, right? When I was getting ready to say it, you said
I know. You know what, Charles? Several times I'll be watching your show and you'll say something and I said, I'm thinking the same thing. We're linked. I don't know how, why. We are linked.
Huh. Great minds think alike.
I can't read the chat.
Asian hornets. They imported Asian hornets to get rid of the honey production here in Europe. That's fucked up.
Why
Go ahead,
are they
Dominic.
attacking honey?
Or they're attacking the bees. That'll stop the honey production, because if the bees die, I think Mother Earth will start to crinkle away, because the bees are there to pollinate.
Yep, and all they have to do is change the frequencies and things, and the bees don't like being in that area. Bees will bugger off if the frequency's wrong. As we should. When the frequency's wrong, we should bugger off.
So how much is tech that we're actually using right now affecting that?
If you're directing that at me, Dom, I would say just about all of it.
Yeah,
True.
we're addicted.
Yeah, I don't see as many birds flying south anymore. Now, I don't know if that was the impact of these microwaves and all this stuff, but I sure as hell don't see no more pigeons under this bridge. There used to be tons of pigeons. Last 10, 15 years, none. Barely see big groups of geese flying south anymore.
Out of them. They poison the shit out of them. They go in, they poison seed. They mix seed with poison, and then they go and put it in feeding stations, and they kill these creatures off.
Well, I think we need to go poaching for poachers. And I'm going to hold up a poacher like they do to the animal in the picture. I'm going to hold the poacher up by his hair and be like, look at my prize.
In New Zealand, we've got a group here. There are several groups on the same subject, but it's about 1080. Does anybody know what 1080 is?
Number 9.
1080.
Number 9.
Monofluoroacetate. Anybody know what monofluoroacetate is?
I'm so far from that.
No.
I have no clue.
But I know what C9 is, a Teflon coating.
Well, if you have a look up, you might look up monofluoroacetate and see who produces it.
What's it used for?
Killing animals.
Rat poison?
Killing biology.
Oh. Because I remember as a child, I forgot if it was another person that was telling me they would put stuff, I think it was poppers or something, and the birds would eat it and it would blow up. I forgot what it was, but I never did it, but I thought that's fucked up.
So I grew up. Sorry.
No, I'm just trying to think what they would feed them to make them blow up. Pigeons. I forgot. But
you put a lot of grains. If you put grains and you mix it with water, right? So it's like certain types of grains. Like if you put wheat,
yeast. Put yeast.
If you put wheat, yeast. But if you put wheat in a horse's feed station, it will drink. It'll eat the wheat, and then it'll go and get a drink. And as soon as it eats drinks the water will make the wheat swell up, and it'll end up getting gripe. Horses suffer a lot of gripe. That's wind, right?
Wait, what?
But
they throw up the oat?
No, they don't go throw up the oats. The oats are not doing it. I'm talking about the wheat.
Oh, I mean the wheat. They throw up the wheat and it becomes
No, they don't throw it up. They can't throw it up.
Yeah, they have to fart.
They have to fart.
Yeah, they got tremendous gas, and of course, don't let the climatologists grab that idea. They'll run with it.
Yeah, they're doing that with the cows. How they
Yeah.
got a hole in their stomach.
Yep.
That's
I'm
the
like,
one.
oh, it don't hurt the cows. And the guy's got his hand in its stomach. It's got like a plastic ring so it can stay open. Like, they ain't do it right in the open, and no one really makes a stink about it enough. Like that animal, oh, it doesn't hurt the animal. That's the first thing they say when they were showing it. It doesn't hurt the animal. How do you know? Can you talk to it?
Well, the thing is, well, I know it hurts the animal, right? But the thing is, what are you going to do? Are you going to watch your cow suffer and die? Or are you going to take evasive measures and be a vet? You know? I mean, if you were driving on the in a country road, for example, and a big truck had gone through earlier on that day, in the early hours of the dawn, and an animal had run across the road and got hit by that truck, broke all its legs, so that it didn't have any way of walking, and then the sun was coming out and it was going to get bloody hot all day. Do you think that thing's going to lie there and die there in sufferance? Bloody oath it is. So what do you do with that? How do you deal with it as a person? How would you deal with that? Right? Do you let it? Do you drive past and say, "Oh my golly, I hope somebody can do something for that animal"? Or do you go drive past and go, "Oh, I wish I'd never seen that," you know? Or do you get out of your bloody wagon and do you go over and put that animal out of its misery? Right? Right. People got to start looking at things in a different way. Are you that so against killing that you will not put an animal out of suffering because it's suffering and it's going to die? Eh? Are you that against killing that you are going to not let that animal, you're going to allow that animal to suffer? That's what it comes down to. How much can you allow that animal to suffer? In my heart, I can't. I can't do it. I can't. I was in Australia. I killed more kangaroos with my bloody knife than you know. And people say, "Well, shit, you're not allowed to kill anything because you're a bloody white person. You're not allowed that. That's indigenous food." I said, "I wasn't killing them for fucking food, mate. I was killing them to put out of their misery because they've been hit by a bloody truck and half their fucking head was torn off, or half their fucking legs are gone." What do you do with that shit? Huh? What do you do with that stuff? Do you just turn a blind eye to it and say, "Oh, somebody else will deal with it"? Or do you fucking deal with it yourself? This is what it's coming down to. We don't know how to deal with stuff anymore because we're so, what do you call it?
Removed.
I don't know. We're so moved. Yes, of course, gee. And I mean, I'm not saying I haven't got a heart. My heart says to me, I cannot let that animal suffer. So I have to put it out of its misery, right?
Sure. No, I would, if I had the means, I would probably do the same thing. We have laws like that here. You can't, you know, shoot a deer that's been ran over because that's hunting licenses, you know, especially someone's
It's fucking
cattle.
bullshit.
You can't touch their cattle no matter what. You know, you get the drift. But I still, if I had the means and I saw that it was beyond repair, I would definitely let it go. I have that mentality though. I was raised on a ranch. I saw life and death, you know. So
Again, guys, this is where I was going with. We've introduced all kinds of tech. Animals would have known to go in a corner or whatever, and another animal would kill it. But we've introduced things like trucks, cars, the damage from airplanes, whether people are aware of it or not, what it does in the airwaves. Again, we as a species have interfered. And I'm not talking about the human part. I'm talking about who we really are. So I'm with you, Dean, and hopefully the person that has that skill set will probably do what you've done, where a lot of people would have done those other things. Oh, I look by it. Oh, I hope some animal kills itself, whatever, you know. And you have to be aware that other people are going to perceive it that way. And like I said, unless we're willing to give up all this technology, which most of us aren't, we're interfering because the technology that we're bringing in is not cheap. Nature has its own energy, and it's chi. And until people become aware of that, they're getting caught up in their underdeveloped feelings and not observing it for what it is. We've interfered. Now, do we go forward?
We bloody have.
Yeah. Do we go forward now? And then forward means that we start transmuting this realm, hence chemtrails and all that. Most people get caught up in their likes and dislikes. They don't realize that you're enjoying this Wi-Fi technology. You're enjoying electricity. If people understood how lining your whole house with wires, what it does to the vessel, and we're interfering with the waves. That's why bees aren't able to communicate. We built major cities in their path this way. This is a clever game that we play with ourselves, opposed to, do we evolve? The word love isn't evolved, by the way, guys. Do we evolve? Do we not interfere anymore? Do we depopulate ourselves? Because most of us aren't growing the foods, let alone hunting, understanding what the signs in the skies is. And I'm just sharing a little bit. They're not ever get to those awareness. And then you could say, oh, so then who's the first hypocrite here? We all are. Now we can pick and choose.
I don't take myself out of the equation, Dom. I don't.
I'm talking as a collective. I'm talking as a collective, as an individual.
I know you are.
If you want to go in your own little room and revolutionize yourself, that's great. I'm being my own hypocrite.
No, I just go and say to let you know that I fully understand what you're saying. I'm not trying to put a bank up or a wall up between you and I, Dom.
I don't have any walls, Dean. I'm just amused when people hear me and they say, oh, I'll trigger. I said, that's on you. That's not on me. I have my own issues. I've done my own ripping a new hole in me. So when I share out loud, yes. Anyway, go ahead, Dean.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I'm just trying to agree with you. I'm not trying to say I've got any walls up or anything. No, you haven't got walls up. I'm just, and what you're talking about, it relates to me, and I'm sometimes, and I look back over my own life, and I am ashamed that I've been caught up in the bullshit, in the rhetoric, in the crap that's led me away from being true to myself, and true to the earth around me, true to the other creatures who don't deserve all our bullshit, who don't deserve our bloody infringements into their climate and in ecosystems and their environments, right? That's all I'm just going to say. Yeah, we're all to blame. We cannot one point the finger at another.
Well, we can't blame yourself, or we can spend some energy becoming aware. Once a person becomes aware, wow. I'm grateful that you're able to be aware of that, Dean, but most people aren't.
I know, and I know you need to talk about it. I understand. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to break your conversation.
Not really, Dean. For me, this is noise for me. This is actually, for me, it's noise. I break my silence to talk about things. And when I do, it's not debatable. It's not arguable. I'm just sharing a view. I could use whatever I want to call it, image, words, thoughts, feelings, thinking. Those are just more words. And even that, I question, who gave us that? Who gave us that technology called speaking, let alone written work? This is one of these things that if a person's truly investigating, they realize you're not the body, you're not the agent.
Thoth gave us writing.
Sure, could be, and I'm with you. But then we can question, what is Thoth? Is he an
I'm just
image?
joking. I'm joking, Dom.
Okay.
He was the supposed god of writing and all that, but whatever. Go ahead.
You know, and instead of us arguing and then realizing, you know, whoever these people are in certain powers, most people, if they were conditioned, would be no different. If a person was a billionaire, they'd be doing the same thing. And if they decided to repent, change their ways, they would probably have their own groups that would try to reinforce them and bring them back into the herd. So you can't think those ways. I could think whatever the fuck way I want to. I could share whatever the fuck I want to. But when other people go around saying to other people, you can't do this, I'm thinking, excuse me? Did anybody ever hold you back before? Well, no. So then why are you holding other people back? I'm just sharing, guys. That's all I'm doing. I'm just sharing out loud. Even the word ing is in it. There's a reason for that. No different, all the languages we have, the sounds and frequency, but are they us? We've spent most of our energy being indoctrinated thinking that we should actually obtain all this food and shelter for a vessel that's not us. That'll be like talking to Siri and say, Siri, are you the computer? No, you're not. Siri, do you realize you're a program? Well, yes. Do you realize you're not even the data? Well, probably not. So then how does the mind really work? And I'm not talking about the brain. I'm talking about the mind. Again, I'm using words. That's why we have words like meant, mind, man. God created something in its image. Image. That's where I was going with Dean at the very beginning. Image. And then when you perceive things, are you not using your imagination? Where is thoughts? Where is feeling? What is this thing called the light? These are things.
Well, that story,
Mhm.
God created him and us in their image. I mean, that could be even just
Another story.
another story, exactly.
Another story. No different when somebody tells me reality. What are we talking about when we say reality? We're talking about our thoughts, our feelings, our emotions, the material, the constant thing that's there all the time. And I'm using words to describe those things. I don't even see the words I'm describing those things. And I'm only talking about English. What about if I start talking Sanskrit or Hebrew, or I start throwing numbers at it or colors at it? They're not close one's eyes and say, where do I ever see the color black, the word, let alone the thoughts? If people are truly trying to be aware, I'm not saying you guys are even saying that. You guys are talking about farming and animals and all that. And of course, you have to factor in the ground, the signs up in the skies, how you graze your animals and all that kind of stuff. I get all that stuff. And I hope everybody else here that's sharing are getting it. But most people don't. As they go to somebody else's grocery store, uses somebody else's fuel, uses somebody else's fiat currency, and then they say that they're independent. They're not even interdependent at that point.
Bugger, I just spilled a bit of water on my bloody phone. I've got cracks all over the screen. It dropped there a while back and the bloody thing screen shattered. I can't afford the bastard at the moment. If I bloody give this one up, I probably if I can give them all up and bugger off. Nobody will bloody get to hear me or talk to me again on the internet, right? Oh, the bloody thing. It's playing with me. Can you hear me?
Crikey, mate.
Yes, crikey, mate. The bloody thing is taking over my screen. Oh, fuck the thing.
Thank you, Dom, for,
Oh,
it sounded like Dom, someone got him mad. He was cooking, boy.
Oh, well, hey, it was great listening to your thoughts. Thanks for coming up, Dominic. Yeah, I think you're right. We're really addicted to this plastic world. We do not know how to really forage for ourselves. And it's sad. We're slaves in this board game.
It's because the system is like a parasite, man. When it consumes people, that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we might go down that path. Probably have gone down that path before. Because you know me, I think we've had several civilizations going on. We do indeed, we've said this before, stand on the bones of giants and
those before us. Yeah, those
yes,
before us. Yeah.
Dragons. I mean, you name it. That's what we're on. That's why I think it's a creation. I think there is a creator. We're the creation, and it's running its course.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you've got bodies here, and they're lying on other bodies, and they're lying on other bodies and other bodies, well, that's a creation, isn't it?
And what gets me, I like where Dominic's going on one thing, it's like the body it's the hardware and the soul is the software. But where's the program coming in? Where's the code that tells us to think of getting up and making a cup of coffee and, kind of, I don't know, it's an interesting
the code to get up and get a cup of coffee is usually addiction, isn't it?
Well, it is. It's just rinse and repeat.
Because I woke up at I don't know what, must have been about 3:30 this morning, and I had the dries, right, and I just went out and got a glass of water, and like I've just made myself a cup of tea, but it's not like I'm dying for it. It's not like I'm thirsting for a cup of tea.
It's just what you
It's not
do.
like,
It's just what you do.
well,
It's
the
your
thing is,
ritual.
yeah, it's my little ritual. But even that, I can go without it. People say, "Oh, you had a cup of tea today," and I'll say, "Oh,
Hey,
actually, I haven't." I mean, I'm
hey,
not addicted to having particular type of thing every morning. It's not. I'm not addicted to it. I can just go without it. I don't need to have a cup of coffee. I don't need to have a cup of tea.
hey, I let up, I can't say the name. How do you say your name? I don't want to mess it up. I was gonna try.
Whose name?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
It's Nachiketa.
not
Oh,
to
right
catch up.
on. I can't see you, but hello.
All right.
I think we've spoken before, have we?
Hello,
We
hello,
might have.
peace.
I don't know. I've seen you. Just your name rings a bell. Maybe I've spoken with you. I don't know.
Yeah, uh,
Maybe it was just in
Nachikita,
chat or something.
he hangs out a lot. I've seen you a lot on Flow State and The Machine Lies, and yeah, really nice, interesting guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put that up because I had to learn from letting people up in the past. I had to learn from mistakes. But you can speak on anything. It's like pretty much open topic.
Well, thanks for having me on. Just thought I'd come by and say hello and introduce myself. I was here before just in the chat, but I didn't join the panel. Yeah, so don't let me interrupt the conversation though.
No,
Is
you
that
can bring something. You must have something you'd like to be able to say, sir.
that's Buddha?
Nachi. No, I'll
Yeah,
just call you Nachi. Is that right?
yeah, that's fine.
Cool.
Nachi is fine.
Is that a
Mm.
picture of Buddha?
So how do you feel, Nachi, on the earth and your relationship to it?
Yeah, so I'll just answer Wandering Warrior's question first. Yes, this is a Hanka painting of a Buddha. A friend of mine did in Nepal. So I've been using that as my avatar for a number of years now. And to your question, Dean, can you be a little bit more specific what you mean by exactly what my relation or to the world?
So
Just
so
want to maybe it's so
how do you
broad.
see? Well, okay. Well, I mean, I have a difference. I have a difference. So I see the Earth realm, and not in the same light as I see the world. The world for me is all the infrastructure that makes up cities and urbanization, and everything that goes with it, power, electricity, roads, buildings, jobs, just that kind of thing. That's the world to me. And the earth realm I see as a place where everything is has been um, able to live in a correlated, symbiotic relationship without the interference of man.
Um, yeah, I mean, it's a big subject, obviously, but I think there's maybe the possibility of like multi-dimensional realities that um, that are kind of layered on top of each other, and we have this ability to experience, quote unquote, what we believe to be, I don't know, physical reality, but obviously there are other aspects to consciousness that we have access access to. And we hear stories from like astral projections and near-death experiences, but within this physical reality, in my opinion, things are kind of operating interdependently, if that makes sense. Like things are kind of mm, like we have to consume things, and things grow and stuff like that, and then you can extrapolate like the economic situation on top of that, and the societal interactions that just kind of go hand in hand with this kind of deterministic type of property.
Do you think
Um,
the Earth realm then could survive without man? Do you think that if we took man out of it and just left it to its own devices, do you think it could sustain itself?
I mean, I don't see why not. But
So what's the difference between
It
us
would
being here?
flourish without us.
It would flourish, exactly. I would think so. But what are the dynamics of our combinations of how we think, imposing that onto a perfectly sustainable system?
can you ask the question again? I'm not sure if I understood you
So
correctly.
if you took man out of the equation, if you took man off the Earth, and you left the Earth to the animals and the birds and the trees and the plants, and they can, I mean, without us, they can symbiotically sustain themselves. They roll over. It just rolls over time, generation to generation. Without us, do you see that? Like for an example, Chernobyl, right? It happened 50, 60 years ago in my lifetime, and they cleaned that city out of all people. And I used to go on Google and check on Chernobyl because they were doing radiative tests to see how much radiation was there, to see how much it was affecting the plants and the animals. But the thing is, the plants and the animals moved back in as soon as we left, and over time they have taken that place over, and it's now like the natural environment is just self-sustaining without man. So what I'd like to know is, how are we doing anything to benefit that, to keep that continuance going?
We're not doing a very good job, are we, as a collective, to bring some balance to the equation? I would
So
say.
do you think that do you think that urbanization is good for the Earth, or do you think it's a catalyst that's bringing about a different scene for the Earth?
Well, the way I see it, things are just kind of designed at the moment, like structurally, like the way the society is set, that we are very much about like consumer ism, right? Where we just consume, and we actually pollute and destroy the environment, right? In the name of profit. So obviously there has to be some conclusion to that. You're going to run out of resources eventually in that modality, right?
Right, of course. So there is a destructive part to urbanization, to the natural realm, and I'm only calling the natural realm as it is now, as far as I see it. I mean, I've never lived in a city. Well, I have. I've been forced to go and work in a bloody city because I've had to go and get a job in the city. But I prefer to be in the countryside. But I don't know. I mean, to me, I feel like we miss the point, and we don't look at our history on urbanization and how urbanization has changed the face of this earth. And it's not just in our culture, But we can look in other cultures as well. We can see it in the Inca cultures. We could see it in other cultures like the Roman culture. You know, urbanization has been the destruction of the forests and the natural environment for a very long time. And even though it's not our fault that we are now part of a huge urban populace, and we don't want our life to go anywhere different from that, because we've only known that all our lives. If we've only known concrete jungles, if we have never seen or watched an otter play in the water, or, you know, just birds flying north and south, if we'd never seen all those things, what kind of world would we create for ourselves out inside that concrete jungle? You know, because that's how I see it. We are creating a new type of world. It's not the world that that the animals and that have, what we, if you could call the earth a world, then it's not a place where the animals are going to thrive. You know, I mean, you can't have bunnies running across the road. They're going to get run over. You can't have squirrels. You can't have birds flying around. They're going to run into things. So urbanization is not a really good place for the natural flora and fauna of this land. Yeah.
It appears not
I
to be,
feel,
but like I guess it's a kind of a consequences of, you know, the way um with the way the society is structured in my mind. I mean, like, without having any values of like being good or bad, it's just, you know, if people need to uh have infrastructure, right, have factories, corporations, right, factory farming and regular farming. We can't forage in the forest. I guess some people do, but we don't really live in that kind of society, right? Where, like,
no,
you
we've
know,
been
most of the
far
products
removed
are.
from it. Yes. We're being removed from it. And if you look at the state of the place, I mean, there are people, like, say, in
Well, it
Borneo.
has its advantages, the too. I
Yeah,
mean, like if you're
there are
hunting and
people.
gathering, you know, you could go ahead, sir.
Yeah, but those people are hunting and gathering in Borneo, for example. You know, the world's going in there, and they're giving them plastic, they're giving them beads, they're giving them phones, they're giving them things that they never needed before. But now, because the world's shifting their focus, they are losing track of their tradition and going towards the urban world to look for something to feed their newfound ideas.
Well, you don't really
That
see
just,
the opposite happening too often, where people are going from their urban environment to nature and then living a primitive, quote unquote, lifestyle, right? I mean, we're here on the internet and we're probably having access
yes,
to some
exactly.
facilities, right?
Yeah. I have a phone, a device. The only thing I have is a device-wise is a phone. I don't have a TV. I don't have a computer. I'm actually, I've got a 12-volt system. I know it's still part of the world, but I'm trying to eliminate my electricity bills, for example. You know, instead of paying $200 a month, where $60 of that is the amount of power that I've consumed, and the rest of it is bloody, you know, the business side of it, the paperwork, and the management, and the bloody people that write out the bills, you know, and so they all want to get paid, and so now we've got a GST, so you've got to pay a little bit more because you're using this, so you've got to use more money to pay, and so my power bill is $180 to $200 a month, but I'm only using $60 worth of power. So the rest of it is administration costs, right? And I think to myself, well, why should I be forking out more money to administration and less money to my power users? I might as well just bloody create my own power and not have to pay anyone for it, right?
Yeah, if you can. Yeah.
I mean, I'm gearing myself up at the moment so that when the power goes out, I can run my freezer and my fridge. I can heat my water. I can do those things without having to rely on the main grid. I don't need a phone to do all that, you know. You could go to the opposite end of the spectrum and go, well, you know, he's a totally modernized farmer, and he'll have a computer. He'll have all these tech to run his farm, to run his machinery, to run everything, and to keep it all connected and keep all the dots joined. He can go to town and he can just look at his phone and he'll know exactly what's going on his farm. He'll know whether the bloody one machine stopped or whether a fuse has been blown, or, you know, he'll just know all that just from the connectivity between his phone and his operation, his management, right? And that to me is totally reliant on the system. If the main grid drops off, he's got to hurry on home and start the generator up so he can bloody keep the bloody operation running. But if he hasn't got a bloody generator, if he hasn't thought about those things, he hasn't foreseen the possibility of a power outage, then he's going to just lose. Maybe he might have a bloody 24 cubic foot freezer, and he's just killed a beast, and he put all that bloody meat in the freezer, and hello, he's got no power, and all that meat's gone. It's rotten.
So what will the generator operate on? Petrol or diesel, I assume?
Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. They'll go to those sorts of things, and yet we've got natural ether energy going on that produces 12-volt electricity. You know, the ether is there. Mm-hmm. If you tap into it, you can get 12 volts out of it, and that 12 volts can be converted into higher amperage, and that amperage can give you things to run different machinery that rely on electricity. But I mean, that's only me because I'm already conditioned to. I'm up 70 years old. I've had 70 years of, well, not 70 years of living with electricity, actually, because our farm, when I was a boy, run on a bloody diesel motor that had a belt to drive the bloody wheels. It didn't have electricity to drive the wheels. It had belts on a motor. And the motor, the old Lister single motor, had a big flywheel on one side and a belt-driven wheel on the other side. And that would drive more wheels. And you could use the wheels to turn different operations, to get pumps going, to get those sorts of things going.
So knowing that, Dean, do you think even at that younger age, you were actually interdependent with nature, or are you slowly evolving into what this tech has come to?
Yeah, no, I was shifted with the world into the age of tech. Yes,
okay.
But if I had never known a Lister motor, if I'd been growing up in Borneo, and my only tool was a blowpipe and a bow and arrow to get food, and a flint to crack against a stone to get fire, then I'd be living with the environment as best as I could.
Okay, so knowing that, Dean, at that point, when we look at technology as it's evolving, most people, and I think, Nash, you were kind of tapping on that, where most people are caught up in their comforts. And in their comforts, it's going to accelerate all this tech. Most people aren't ready or willing to go back to nature and become interdependent with nature. So at that point, either we have to go in this direction and just blow us up, or people will say, okay, well, I'll do something. I'll work for Greenpeace as you're using somebody else's tech to go on the water, which would be their boats. You know, it's an oxymoronic game that we play with ourselves, where
Absolutely.
people want to
You know, if I
separate them. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
carry on. I'm sorry.
No. You're passionate, Dean, and you probably have lots of experience. So I'll gladly I'll keep quiet. Go ahead, Dean.
No, you carry on. I mean, I just the thing is, I understand, and I just think to myself, you know, if I had never been conditioned with the same stuff I've got now, I could easily live in Borneo. I could easily go tapping a rock to get a fire going and blow on a bit of moss to get the bloody thing to ignite and make me a fire to keep warm, or to cook a bit of food or whatever. I mean, I don't even know if I'd want to cook food. I mean, I've eaten plenty of raw fish in my life, so I know you don't have to cook food to eat it, right?
And some people, Dean, at that point, if they were growing up and they were living out in the wilderness and they actually saw what we call man-made technology, some of them would resist it, some of them would be attracted to it, some of them would be curious. That's just, again, the nature of us, whether you want to call it human beings.
Yes, I get that. Yeah, the nature of us.
Yeah, but most people, Dean, at this point are not aware. Knowledge is just slowly coming out, so people can't use niscient anymore. This is not the age of discernment or wisdom. So when I hear you talk, you have wisdom based on age. There's people that are probably 10 years old, they know way more than us, and let alone they have discernment of stuff. Because it comes down to, do you actually have to experience it or observe it? I don't have to put my hands on the stove if somebody else does it. So who's wise now? The one did it by experience, that's wisdom, but the person that observes it and doesn't do it. So we're continuously getting caught up in experiencing opposed to observing, even though we're always observing.
Yes.
So now this has nothing to do with a person's age at all. So whether a person's 70, 80, 90, I have a lot of men that are older said, we were better with money. I said, because you didn't have this tech. So please keep that to the corner and respect the fact that the younger generation, in this case, the beings that come in, and there's no age to us. But if you want to play that you're the body, then you can play the aging process. That's why we have things such as months, years, and calendar. But where does time exist in all of that? It doesn't. This is where you come to awareness, and that got caught up. Nature's beautiful with or without us, and it's going to continue. The earth is dry land. And as much as it is now, what ends up happening, most people get caught up in their underdeveloped feelings. Well, I don't like it. I said, if I'm a trillionaire, it's business as usual. If from somebody else, hey, they've made their own choices too. Especially if they play with the concept of free will, because usually free will is usually disobedient. Opposed to, whose will are you going to give it to? You're going to give it to the ruler that gives you all this tech, or you're going to bitch and complain. And most people are disobedient.
Agreed.
And they're just not aware of it. And that's fine. You know, I know it sounds I'm being harsh and all that, but it's fucking noise. And I'm talking about what comes out of my fucking mouth. When I hear other people talk, I'm like, fuck, get a piece of stick, hit yourself in the back of the fucking head to get your attention from within. Anyway, sorry, Nash, I know you're a little bit more trained.
It's all right.
I'm going to keep quiet now.
Actually, you know, I'm not offended by anything, Dom. I'm not. I do like being able to speak with you and other people. Nash, I like to hear what he thinks, and yeah. So I'm just going to shut my mouth, and hopefully he can tell us what he thinks, and what he'd like to share.
What do I think about exactly what? Like in terms of like progress and humanity and the direction in which we're going?
Yeah. Yes.
I don't know. I mean, I just think things are just going to have to continue on. Few people who are kind of aware, they do what they can to, um, find some balance. But like, I think, the machinery of of the society is just kind of, you know, the way it is. It's just going to go in the direction it's going to go, and then it's going to have to come to its logical conclusion in my mind. And however that's going to pan out, I'm not going to speculate. But obviously, I feel that humanity is going to have to experience, probably collectively, something, you know, a little bit like of a crude awakening in a way, to before they decide that, you know, it's not really working, whatever that they are doing. You know, it's like this story. I don't know if you guys are familiar. Like if a bacteria in a petri dish can double itself like every second, like when does it come to the realization that it's like they're going to run out of space, right? And the answer to that is just like the 1 second before it becomes full, because like, you know, like it doubles itself every second, right? So when it's like half full, the next second it will be fully full. Then it's almost too late at that point, right? And something drastic is going to have to happen with humanity. And I just feel things are kind of like being geared towards that way a little bit of a culling happening. But that's just my opinion.
Cool. Yep. Yep. There's a culling going on. I can see that. Yeah. Definitely we'd be culled. We cull all our stock. I know that. You know, you cull out all the ones that are not producing anymore. The old get moved off to the infirmaries or whatever they are, and replaced with the young. And yeah, I mean, I hated the idea of leaving my dad in one of those bloody infirmaries. I mean, he was 90, and he tripped over a little corner of the carpet, and he smashed his hip on the ground when he landed, and being a concrete floor underneath the carpet, he smashed his hip. Now, he was in the hospital, and we were talking to the nurses and that, and the doctors about, you know, putting him into an operation and getting his hip done and fixed and that, and they just wouldn't even look at it. As far as they were concerned, he'd had his life, and he didn't need to have any more, because he'd already had his life. And as far as they were concerned, 90, he had a bloody good innings and should be thankful for it. And see you later. And that really upset me, because my dad was so, he was so a independent person, and because the hospitals wouldn't look after him, so we had to take him into our own home. We looked after him ourselves, and then it just, you know, it just got too much to cope with, and life got in the way, and bills got in the way, and things got in the way, and all those things, so that he couldn't stay in the home anymore, and he had to be changed every day. He had to, you know, we changed him every day. We had to be his evolution and all that sort of stuff, you know, and I would have done that right up until he would died, but he didn't want that. He told me, I don't want this fucking shit thing. Take me up the farm, leave me there, and fuck off, so I can die in peace.
That's heavy. You said your father said that to you?
Yep, he said that to me at one time. That's my sister and I talked about it, because she was the first person he did it to. He grabbed Wynn's hand and he said, "Don't leave me here any longer, Wynn. Fucking take me, put me up the farm and leave me there." And she was so freaked out, she started crying, and the nurses had to come and ungrip his hand off hers, so she could, and she just, it busted her, and she cried so much, and she was like freaked out about it for days. And then, I know, a bloody month or so later, I'm in there talking to him, and he grabs my hand, and he did the same. He wouldn't let it go. He said, "Don't fucking leave me here." What? I'd never do anything like that to you. What the fuck are you doing this to me for? And I said, "Dad, I have got no choice. I'll be classed as a fucking murderer if I took you up there. I'm not allowed to. The fucking world's got these fucking rules where I can't fucking do that shit. I'd love to be able to do it for you, Dad."
But yet, Dean, we do this to the animal species, where animals that they're about to die have been entrapped, become farm animals, zoo animals, pets, and meanwhile they have the instinct. They know to get away from the flock and die peacefully. But yet, humans in the last minute, they want to do the same thing. They want to be in their silence and be alone.
Yes.
But how ironically, I'm not saying this about your father, but how ironically, it's okay to say, well, I don't want somebody to take care of me, but yet we force ourselves to take care of animals. They're not animals start speaking to us. Boy, we have an earful. The way we've treated
Fuck
them.
yeah. Dr. Doolittle, he probably would have told us a fair bit about that.
Mm-hmm. Even the Plant Kingdom. Now they might turn around and say, "Listen, so let me understand that you have wars with each other. Yeah. Do you also eat each other?" Well, no. Well, that's kind of confusing because it sounds like you make us domestic. You put us in a position of zoo animals, but yeah, you eat us when you're done. I said, wouldn't it be fair if you did that even to your own species? See the hypocrisy that we do.
Fully.
Now, again, I'm under the premise that humans are like animals. They don't build cities. They don't build bridges. So then who's interfered?
Yes.
Is where I go with the premise. I'm a being.
Thank you very much.
And I've interfered. Now, if I'm going to be accountable for humans, I'm like, no, you're an immortal form. That was expiry date on you anyway. But most of us get attached. We think we're the body. We think we're the thoughts. We think we're the emotions. Dare not ever question that from within and realize, fuck, my program is pretty strong. It's resisting me to even challenge it. Hence why attachments and the concept of fasting and meditate. Do a little listening from within. You'll realize, if we're thinking that we need to change the system, but it'd be nice if people first understand how the system might or might not work, and they can get all of that fantasy out of their way of thinking of what fiat currency can and cannot do. It's not about anchor. It's not about money here. It's about anchoring this realm. It's not personal. It's only the ego that thinks it's all about me. I'm thinking you're insignificant in the equation. When you're in your own little world, make it about you. But when you're in the bus with everybody else, get in the fucking back of the bus. Why? Because that's the best place to observe. Now, if people do that revolution from within, it might not be as harsh as what I do to myself, but they might do pleasantries, sell themselves, because most of us are consumers. Give me a lot of pleasantries and then start ripping holes in other people when it's actually, the term was know thyself, not fucking others. We're not here to judge each other. You could judge ideals if you want, but to judge each other, what the fuck? Who the fuck you think you're fooling here? And who are you defending? The ego, the program, the one that doesn't have a fucking clue where it goes when it goes to sleep, let alone who's running the liquids when we're using it, such as language. Then, of course, that opens up another question. Who gave us the language? All the different language, let alone all the frequencies and sounds and frequency that has many effects to it. What's coming out of my mouth again?
Yeah, sorry, I had to mute my mic there because I was talking to Maureen. Because she's got fibro, she finds it very hard to move around. And so we're just looking for ways to make life easier for her. Yeah. I'm just going to plug my power in again. Bloody, you know, these devices. I mean, I just before I muted my mic, I was on 31%. Now I'm down to 29, and it's dropping like a bloody stone. And what I find with the main grid is it tends to fluctuate. There seems to be some kind of fluctuating going on in the main grid, and the power just goes up and down, up and down. When it does that, you'll charge for a second, and then it'll stop charging. And it'll charge for a few minutes more, and then it'll stop. But if I put it onto my 12-volt system, which I've got here, which is I've got a solar panel running down to a battery, running into an inverter, my 700-watt inverter, the light is showing that it's not enough power because my battery's buggered. I mean, I'm sourcing a new one at the moment, but the power in the battery is not enough to run an electrical device through the inverter at the moment. So that's why I'm getting another battery. But without the turning it to the 240 or 220 volt setting, I can run my 12-volt system into my phone, and I would say, like, look, I'm down to 28 now, and just in the moment that we were talking, so it's dropping quite fast. But I'll plug this in, and I can give you the bloody increments of the increase. That how fast a 12-volt system will charge your phone compared to the main grid.
Yeah, I think that 12-volt will be way more compatible to begin with.
Ah, boy, good day to you.
Yeah, good day, Dean. I mean, there's way less to transform if it's 12-volt. You know, that's way more acceptable to begin with for an apparatus of that size. So yeah.
Yes. Well, as I say, my wattage on my inverter is at 700 watts. So if you have an appliance that's pulling more wattage to start up than 700, I won't be able to use it. But I think most fridges don't have that kind of startup operation, or freezers.
No, I don't know. I don't know anything about that, but the way I would, no, I don't think it needs that much to start up. No, not at all. No. But then again, they're bringing down the wattage and the voltage on electrical appliances worldwide. I used to be able to buy a 200 watt vacuum cleaner, and that's not available anymore. It's the only thing that's available now is like 800 watts. I think 800 watts.
Right.
I can't even buy a 2000 watt vacuum cleaner anymore. You know, it's very stupid. They just limited that. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, it could be just as powerful when it's 800 watts. You know, it could be just as powerful when you have more scoops, when there's more scoops to it. It would be just as powerful, but it's just like they've forgotten. Oh, no, we can only use 5 scoops. No, you can also use 20 scoops or 25 scoops. It will get more powerful, you know. Everybody knows that, but no, they will just use 5 scoops and 700 watts. So you will never get enough suction in these things. They're just doing this. All these regulations are just here to fuck with your mind. And, you know, it's just to aggravate the last fuck out of you.
Yeah, fully.
Yeah.
To undermine your character and to undermine your resolve. Yes.
It's the present. It's Forget it. I couldn't think of the word in time. They hit you with ignorance to aggravate you, to touch, to insult you.
Yeah.
To get that ego flared up.
And when you tell them, oh, you're gonna play dumb now, they goes, oh, now you insulted me. No, you're playing dumb. No, you insulted me by saying that I play dumb. No, you're playing dumb. You know, it's a never-ending story, dude. These people just,
So it's just gone up 1 degree.
These people should just be met, you know, as far as they reach, you know, the neck. They don't reach much further than the neck. So that's where you should cut them off, you know. I'm sorry, but I mean, I don't think there's any other solution to this whole fucking issue, to be honest. Didn't we try everything else? Locking them up, reinstituting them, whatever.
They tried that with us.
So we're the result of that.
We haven't got to lock them up yet. They've been whooping our ass for too long.
Right, so let's try that for a change then. Come on.
Right? I would love to. Fuck yeah.
I feel like disassociating with that kind of stuff is the best way, a form of defense.
That's how we can start by cleansing the earth. Start with them. And then the trash.
Well, definitely, we made all that bloody trash, so we should be bloody cleaning it up.
Well, we relied on people to remove it. And they removed it all right.
Yeah, well, I mean, we you know, they say they're going to, oh, well, look, a whole bloody supermarkets and all chains, and they're saying, well, it's time to get rid of plastic. So they get rid of plastic bags that you carry your shopping home in. Now they give you paper or a material bag or something like that. Okay, well, that's all very well, but they still haven't removed the plastic that wraps up the food inside that. They're still using the plastic to wrap the bloody shit up, and so if they're going to use this form of you know, to keep food fresh, then why don't they look at making edible plastics? You know, I mean, you can make bloody.
That's
you can make that.
Yeah, that's very well producible. I mean, yeah,
yeah,
it is doable. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a pleasant idea, but it's, you know, I think it's even more I think it's
well, at least biodegradable anyway, you know, biodegradable. Yeah.
And even if it's not biodegradable, there's even fungi found in the world that eat plastics, you know, and algae that eat plastics. They are here in the world, you know. So
well, of course there has to be. I mean, everything here is made out of this place, isn't it? You know.
Yeah.
I mean, even the stuff that we chemically change its composition so that it doesn't break down. I mean, you just don't say, well, there's a bloody fungus that can eat plastic. Well, I mean, the basic of a planet. Plastic is coming from petroleum, which is coming from oil, which is coming from some kind of natural state. So you know,
from Sheol, the oil is coming from Sheol. You know.
Yes, from Sheol, which is also a natural.
Yeah. Hades is in the Sheol, the underground, the earth, the dirt, the hell.
And don't you think it's funny that one of the main oil companies is called Shell, right? Shell, you know, and it's called, and it's from Sheol. Yeah, it's dude, it's. Yeah.
It's all in our face.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been there.
And even though the system that we're used to, burning the oil from Sheol instead of using the ether, the oil that we are used to use to burn and to run our motors and the engines, it's actually better than the plan that they're giving us. Using the ether, because and that's by design. That's by design. It's actually better to use the ether for powering up anything. But they're going to call it electrics and burn coals and call it electrics. But it's not electrics. It's something else.
Yeah, well, I mean, they had salt batteries in the old days, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
And those salt batteries, I mean, they were bloody awesome. Dad said when he was in the war, he was a sergeant of tanks in the Second World War. And like if anything broke down, if they ever run across a German tank, they'd go straight for the battery because the bloody thing was a salt battery, and the bloody thing would last forever and it would hold its charge. But the batteries they changed the whole battery status so that they don't hold a charge, so you have to replace them, right?
Yeah. Yeah, these pesky Germans.
The Germans had the tech. I mean, you guys up there, Danish people, there's some really good tech up there,
Yeah, and they still do. Yeah. I mean, that's like how you say, intrinsic to the German people, Polish people, very much so.
What does kurva mean? I forgot.
Kurva?
Yeah. It's Polish.
That was it you, Chuck, that was showing that bloody those big coils in Russia? Was it you showing them?
When?
Or maybe it was somewhere else I'd seen them. It might have been on Telegram. But they had these huge coils in Russia. There's a place, it's not far out of Moscow, where they've got this massive coils out from where nobody could see them. And what do they do?
Kurba. I mean kurba. Not kurba, but you mean kurba. Kuba. Kurba. Kurba. Pichku mater.
Yeah, people.
Kurba means.
Yeah, they'd be like, that's like fuck or shit. When someone's mad, they'd be like, kurva.
Yeah, but it's kurba, not kurba. Kurba.
Oh.
Kurba. Like basket. Kurba. You fucking whore. You basket.
The sun's coming up yet, Dean?
Well, it's already up, but we got cloud here today. We've had rain already this morning.
Are they clouds? Or are they... We need a new word for, because they're not really clouds. When they create their... we got to create a word.
Well, that grey muck up there that they call clouds.
Grey muck up. There you have it. That's the word. Grey muck up.
how long since you've seen wonderful, brilliant, white, fluffy cloud?
Oh,
Back in the 90s, back in '94, when I was a whippersnapper.
When you're flying through the sky in a plane, you look out the window and you go, "Oh, look at that!" You can just about jump out there and land in it. It looks like a big fluffy cushion.
they'd be all
Now
purpley
you
white.
drive through it up. You go through it in a plane now, and it looks like grey, putrid muck.
I know. I remember those little fluffy clouds. I mean, that they were purpley white and, kind of
Puffy.
greenish purple, and you might still see them in the desert somewhere, but usually you don't see them around here anymore.
Well, they could have been creating them clouds with the evaporation of water. Now they create the clouds by spraying stuff in the sky. Before they were using probably ships, and they have this big engine that makes these clouds because it evaporates the water at high speeds. So they can see the front by evaporating water, what they used to do, but now they just spray it in the air, which is fucking toxic.
No holds barred. No bar holds. I mean, how do
No.
you say that? No holds barred.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
no holes barred, exactly. Yeah, the garden's trying to grow. I mean, what I've found too, Chuck, you were saying earlier, how's the garden going? I actually finding that root crops are doing better than crops above the ground. Which tells me, and I know I've been looking at that. I mean, I've got a weather channel, a weather app, and it's called Vituski. And it basically just tells you which way the wind's blowing from, where your fronts are, and like the humidity and temperatures and such. It's not actually somebody giving you a weather forecast and like a media thing. It's
just
more
raw
just an
raw data.
yeah, raw. Yes, thank you. Yes, just raw data. Yeah. And it says that all readings are taken from 2 meters and above, right? And I've tested this. I've been like I get a fibrillation of the heart sometimes. It's called heart flutterings. I get short of breath, and the valve in my heart, instead of just opening and shutting, it goes. It judders. It judders up and down. So it fluctuates. And instead of closing directly, it gives a little couple of flutters and then closes. And
Sneezes. It goes.
yeah. And when I'm in high stress or I'm hot, but I get it a lot when I'm in town. I very rarely experience it out here in the country. I feel when I get to those positions, the best way to get out of it is to actually go to ground. And I lie down and I can get under what I call going under the radar, right? And I'm just wondering how far that radar goes down so that it doesn't read anything from ground level and below, right? It's only reading from ground level up. And I wonder if that's a real thing. I just wonder that, because I see my root crops, my all my onions and my potatoes and parsnips and beetroot and those sorts of crops that grow under the ground are doing way better than my top crops, the ones that grow above it. So I'm just wondering how far this radar goes down.
Good question. Good question.
That's what we call our chook Snowy. So we call her the rotary. She's a rotary engine.
I heard somebody say on this live stream the other day that it's one thing if you talk to animals, but if you think that it's talking back to you, then you're really insane. You're already insane when you talk to animals, but if you think that they're talking back to you and you know what they're saying, that's where it goes wrong. And I'm like,
what are you trying to say?
And I was like, no, I just listened to that, and I'm like, yeah, I just laughed at it, and I'm just relaying the story to you guys. That's fucking hilarious.
On you. I'm not laughing at you, bro. I'm laughing with you.
I don't know if animals talk back, but
oh yeah, they do.
They sure as hell.
Yeah.
When my cat's hungry, it would come sit, look at me, and lick its lips. And as soon as I stood up, it ran to its dish and it knew what it was telling me. But as far as speaking, I don't know. I heard birds mimic people, but
I think dogs and cats do mimic you in a way.
Animals are smart, for sure.
Yeah.
But they can't speak our language.
No,
but they can speak a language.
I mean,
dude,
I have this bag of nuts in the windowsill, right? And I don't like doves, but this dove figured out, like, and he was like in my windowsill, like picking at the window, like, but it was on my side of the window, so he couldn't pick it. And I saw him like, no, you can pick it on that forever. And he looked at me, he started opening his mouth, and I was like, yeah, I know you want to eat it. And then he opened his mouth like the widest that he could when I said eat, right? Dude, these people, they're communicating, okay? It's just people. It's just people, totally. I hear what they say. I speak to them, they speak to me.
Cats know, and animals know. If you're raising an animal, after a while, I could yell, treats, and the animal will come. Like, they know what we're saying, but I wonder if, like, this lady trained a dog. She speaks to the dog, and the dog presses buttons to speak back. The dog don't speak English, but when it presses the buttons, it says English. And the dog smelt a spider or something, man, but he pressed these buttons to tell his owner that there's a spider on the couch.
Yeah.
It's on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to find a video and share it tomorrow. I want to see what people think about it. Is it bullshit?
Well, it's probably bullshit if it's on YouTube.
Well, it's probably bullshit.
To begin with,
It might be a smidgen.
Hey, Dom. Now that Dominic's here, what do you think about this picture?
I think it's a male body with titties.
No.
And dude, it totally looks like male. How do you say, relations? That's not a female body. Okay, that's not a female body. No, that's it's not even a male body either. It's something in between.
It's a schmale.
Yeah, it's a schnale.
Shale. It's not a male or a female. It's a shale.
Yep.
or that's like they like to say, she-male.
Schmeal. Sounds better.
Yeah, I was just about to say that it does. Yeah, the male's here. What if it was a woman bringing you the male? What if the woman is bringing you a female? What if your male had a fee? Then it would be female. It wouldn't be free. Look at that. I'm rhyming without even trying.
He's rhyming, shifting. He's wording up, and he's expressing, and he's
Yeah,
lifting.
I'm going to record right when I get off of here. I'm going to eat, and then I'm going to record and try to create a chorus. I'm bad at hooks, but Frenchie Kush and Drop have failed me. They haven't sent no verse to me yet, so I'm going to work on my shit, my verse. I guess Dominic dipped off.
No, he's still here.
He's in the astral realm.
He's in astral body.
We'll go to the next topic. Positive and negative.
Well, I don't like the way that good and evil is constructed by positive and negative. Let's make this semantic.
That's a great place to start from, boy.
And
Well, if you're looking at energy, these are just labels. Because to me, what's positive and what's negative?
well,
It's all energy.
Positive means affirmed.
One is the opposite energy of the other.
Well, it not actually. Positive means
No,
affirmed, and negative means to be negotiated, right? So it's still not affirmed. So it's to be negotiated. It's not minus or plus. It's something else. Okay, positive and negative is not minus or plus.
It's level.
No, it's affirmed or unaffirmed. And so it's not below zero or over zero. So it's that's why
It's level. It's even.
No.
No.
That's just not a. Well,
You know what?
The way
I'm
I
gonna
see
take
it,
that, boy. I'm gonna have you say that. I'm gonna have you say nope, nope, nope. And I'm gonna record it, and I'm gonna get me one of those fucking. I'm telling you, I'm gonna get a what do you call it? Mix board. I'm gonna get a mix board. I'm gonna be like, when I disagree with someone, you're gonna hear voice go, nope, nope, nope.
It's simply not true. It's just not true. It's just it's a whole wrong constellation of semantics. You know, it's.
This is where we live, in the cosmic egg.
Yeah.
It's but a raindrop from the creator's eyeball.
You know, I think it's a teardrop. No, I think he's crying for us. Like, guys, you fucked up so bad.
It's either a teardrop or a piss drop.
Right.
It's this place, you know, God isn't, you know how they say when it rained, God was crying? No, he was pissing on us because we're such fucking evil parasites destroying Mother Earth.
Yeah. I mean, that's the dilemma, right? Are we a tear in God's eyes, or just a drop of piss
Urination.
out of his wiener? Yeah.
Well, the oceans are salty. Ha ha ha.
So those are his tears, right? Otherwise the oceans would be yellow, you know.
When I just did that sound, it reminded me of that commercial. Ho ho ho, Green Giant. Remember that shit?
No.
You don't remember that green beans commercial?
No, I never lived in America, dude.
Don't make me upload it. When it'd be like ho ho ho, Green Giant. And it'd be like a giant coming over the mountain or some shit.
I do remember a Green Giant in something American.
Yeah, green beans. Forgot the name of the company.
Can we smoke some more weed? Or
I'm all out.
oh, well, then I'll smoke some more for you.
Please do, boy. Please do.
Sometimes I'm out of weed. You know, that also happens.
Philip K. Dick.
Now, that was one weird, trippy motherfucker.
Oh, Philip K. Dick.
Yeah.
Random fan says, if a plant can tell if I say I'm going to cut a leaf off, but actually have no intention to cut it, then what? Intention to cut it, hen, or probably then organic plant-based narcissism.
What?
No.
I'm not even going to entertain it. Is it random fan? Is it Sean? The guy's so silly. I mean, I love him, but I mean, he's so silly.
If a plant knows I'm gonna throw coffee on it, something is up. Yeah, well, plants eat bugs. You ever seen a Venus flytrap?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got one.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
You should feed it a Big Mac. There was a bear in the woods. I seen this video, and the guy kept trying to feed it Burger King sandwiches, and the bear would not eat them. The bear kept like pushing it back with his paw. He would throw the burger, and the bear would push it back. He wouldn't eat it, no matter what he tried. And I said, "Yeah, that bear's smart. I don't want that garbage. I want real food." Animals know. I've tried to feed stuff to my cats, and they would just look at me like, "What is this crap? I don't want this." But then they'll eat their crap, They'll eat their can of
Soy.
cat food's horrible, man.
Dude, cat food is mostly soy.
Yeah, it's garbage. That's why they get stomach cancer.
Yeah, no, it's mostly soy, and
that's the problem.
Yeah.
And then die horrible deaths. That's why if you got animals, buy them. Look at the ingredients.
And look what it's bloody how they keep it to preserve it.
Keep your animal healthy.
Dude, I think even reading those ingredients might get you into hell. If you're speaking them out loud, you're surely conjuring demons. I'm sure.
Yeah, well, you don't. If you're reading aloud,
some of them you can't even pronounce, so it is like speaking in tongue.
Yeah. Phenylalanine, dude.
If you can't pronounce it, denounce it.
Yeah. I'll go with that, Chuck.
Chuck knows.
If you're buying rice and it says anything but rice, then don't buy it. If it says enriched with bleach or it's been hit with shellac and fucking, you don't want that.
Shellac.
Yeah. Why would you bleach rice or even bread and then sell it? Like I never really thought of that.
Yeah, but
you see it enriched, bleached wheat.
Yeah, but these things mostly happen in America. Okay, I mean, that's
that's sad.
Yeah,
We're the
is.
greatest
They
country in
happen
the
here too.
world.
They happen here. They happen in Australia. They happen fucking in the places,
Yeah,
other places
now,
that I've been, boy.
That's one of
now,
the
but it
main
never
reasons.
did.
That's
It
one
used
of
to
the
never
main.
be like that
No, but
in
that's one of the main.
Australia.
That's one of the main reasons why the USA scares me. You know, the things that they allow on the food market. I'm what?
Scares
That's
me.
yeah. I mean, no way in hell that that would be allowed in all other countries in the world, and everybody knows it by now. You know, it's been like that for forever.
That's
And I
why
mean,
people want to move out of here, man.
look at American people in general. They're fat. They're just fat. Okay.
I.
That's just how you recognize American people abroad, like fat people.
It's
Not
not
all, of
easy
course.
being cheesy.
No, but of course there's the exceptions, you know. But you know, most of them are just fat.
Was it the guy, that stand-up comedian, George Carlin?
Yeah.
That's my cousin.
I mean, there's bloody comedy on the American people. Oh man, that one makes me laugh every time. Consumers, they got backpacks full of food. They're stuffing food in their mouths as they walk through the malls.
Doo-doom.
Come on, Dean. Let's not do this. Let's not break down America.
Sorry.
I want to do it too, but come on, we're here on this channel. You know, it's an American.
Hey, come on! I mean, I can see it in my own country. They're beefed out. They're beefed out. They're big people, but they're just consumers. They're just fucking pumping fat and bloody anything that fucking will fulfill their fucking moment of hunger or whatever they think they're hungry. I mean, I only ever hear big people say to me, well, I mean, they're really big people. I'm not taking, yeah, I'm taking a shot at them. But, let's go down and get the feed. Hey, we're just eating. Oh, that was about half an hour ago. I'm getting hungry. Oh,
Yeah.
Nah. 5 hours today so far. Every day I go live. My new name's gonna be Everyday Chuck. I'm gonna start a new channel. The channel's gonna be called Chuck's Adventures. Yeah. Chuck's Adventures around Connecticut. Or Connecticut Adventures. That's gonna be the name of my channel.
Chuck
3 meals a day plus snacks in the middle.
Or Chuck's Adventures. That's where it'll stay. Because I might leave Connecticut too. Take you guys to the Boogie Down Bronx.
What time's dinner? Have you got tea on yet? Oh, far out.
Did anyone watch the fucking movie I asked them to? Of course not.
No. What movie did you want me to watch?
I even forgot the name. I said it so many times.
So there you go. Yeah, right. So
I got the movie cover.
Did you watch Vivarium?
No, to be honest, actually, I haven't watched many videos for a long time. To be honest, Jack. If I join a live, I'm in the chat and I'm in the bloody thing, and I get that. But the thing is, when I've only got so many hours in a day, and most people who are running videos or running panels and that, they're in their off time, and I'm having to listen to that, and then I have to go right shit. And at some point, I'm just going to have to shut this down and go and do some work.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's like that for everybody, of course, you know. But yeah,
same as if I went to live, and then all you people like in the middle of the bloody, oh, sorry, I can't join you, Dean. I'm working today. just the same, you know.
Sometimes I go live and the show's really running, and I'm like, yeah, but actually I want to cook, you know, and I need to do some groceries, and I'm like, oh, fuck you. And then either I stop the stream or just leave the stream running. You know, it's
You do a lot of cooking, boy. I note that. Yeah, yeah. You're very
well, you
avid.
know, I just live by myself, so you know, and I don't have this habit of getting fast food or whatever. You know, it's
And the other thing is, of course, you don't make meals that that need to be bigger than what they are just to feed you, right?
exactly.
And
You know, I might do that. You know, once in a time, make like a big pan of soup or a big pan of spaghetti, and then I'll be eating that for 2 days or so.
yes, yes. So then you don't have to cook for a couple of days. Yeah, fully. I understand. We do the same.
The name of the movie is Pulse.
Oh, I think I saw
Came
that.
out 2005, 2006. Joe King was supposed to watch it. He never returned. Maybe he went through the computer. Jay Height in peace.
Who's Paul? Who's it by?
Came out in 2005. Pulse.
2005.
It's about entities that come through the computer and makes people depressed. The computer's sucking the soul out of them, and then they end up committing. You know, they expire themselves. I can't say the
You know
word.
what I just? You know what I put? I just wrote down entities, but you know what I'm just immediately thought of? Bots.
What?
Bots. 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 I think we're all assigned bots. I honestly do. I think the internet has just got bots that are assigned to every individual, and they're all triggered on keywords.
Here's the movie cover. I think people should watch this movie for the fact that when you watch it, you're going to think about electronic devices.
All these new movies that come out are so fucking dystopian. It's not even funny anymore.
It's not. This is the look I get when I start speaking truth. When I start speaking to a glober, they look at me like this.
Like the fucking lie, dude. Like the fucking lie.
And after that, they go like this.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Yep. They look like that, and then they go, oh, okay, and they back in the bush.
Just act like this never happens, okay? Just like that. This never happened.
You gotta watch this movie. I'm not gonna say it again. I've been saying this for like 3 weeks. People are, I'm gonna watch it, Chuck. I'll let you know what I think. Kimba, everyone. Paula disappeared again. She disappeared, came back, disappeared again, which is fine. People do whatever they want, but Bex disappeared. But I had one for Bex too.
You know, it's self that's got to heal self, and it's self that's got to look after self, right?
Yeah.
But and it's sometimes that people feel that self needs first attention and after and
I agree with that.
And I agree with that exactly. But we can't go and shut down our everything else and just say that, oh well, look, hey, look, I'm sorry. We can do it slowly. We can. I mean, if I want to bloody walk away from somebody, I'm going to. I don't bloody stand there, bloody waiting for see you here anymore. You know, if I've had enough, and and that's it. I'll just shut the bloody door on that. I'll just walk away. I'll slide back into the bushes like bloody Homer, right?
This is it, Dean. I don't know if you've seen this earlier.
I can't see this. This is such a horrible sight.
Yeah, like a gas tank in the cow, and they say,
tank.
oh, it doesn't hurt them, but I've seen at least 60 pictures.
It's not a gas tank.
I know. It's for the stomach, so they could chuck the grass or some shit. I seen a video on it.
No, they chuck pellets in there, not even grass, and they just skip several stomachs, you know, because
Well, the guy was pulling grass out of it, and he was smelling it and putting it back in. I swear, in this video, he put his hand in there.
Boys did something really important there. They skip several stomachs because they want to get straight to the place where the milk production is done, right?
I don't know the reason that actually is, but yeah, they skip several.
Poor
stomachs.
cow, man.
You know, probably because they can feed him for two times less. You know, something like that.
Poor cow. It's even worse when they roll up to the mother cow. They'll snatch the baby, throw it in the van, and dip off, and the mother cow's going moo, chasing the van with his baby in it. So
how about the cow? It wants to eat, but it doesn't need to eat. Right? It doesn't really need to anymore. I mean, it's fucking crazy.
It's confused.
Yeah, of course it is. It's maybe not now because it's just been installed and it looks fine now. But you know, I think I don't know how these animals look after 4 years. Maybe they're not planned to live as long.
Well, I should imagine the fucking noise of a hungry cow on extended out to say 1,000 cows.
Look at these
buttons. Noise would be horrendous.
Look at these buttons of Charles Boston.
Oh yeah, Random Fan makes buttons. Fucking
get him full screen, dude. Get him full screen.
Just a
God
sticker
damn it! Hold on, let me put full screen.
This is what I look like before I button them. They're just stickers. This is the first phase, and then when the second phase is, then it's the button. Then it's the real action. This one's to
I remember those machines. I've done that before.
Yeah,
I remember those machines.
You influenced me the first day I came across it. Yeah, and I was like, yeah, I gotta, this is the old style. Really reliable.
That's classic.
But yeah,
you could still make. That's cool, man. Those buttons bring back memories.
On your random fan, awesome stuff, man.
Yeah, I can't. I apologize. I thought you were on here, but you're not. I guess it's the next press, Ken. Is this right, Ken Rotman? Right?
No, it's Dean Kendall. No, it's Dino Kendall.
Dean, Voy, and Dom are up here.
Oh, okay, I'm confusing you with the other Australian accent fellow. Then
probably, right? Yeah.
But do you have kangaroos too? Do you have kangaroos also?
I've eaten kangaroo. I love kangaroo tail. I went to Australia. I lived there for almost 10 years.
I like crocodile knuckles.
I've eaten crocodile, I've eaten turtle, I've eaten just about every food that the indigenous natives eat, right?
Did they eat crocodile feet and fry them?
Now I'm curious about the strength, as far as like the strength of the legs, like a tandem bicycle. So I've asked Ken, they strong legs, and so could they power a bicycle? Like a kangaroo. A tandem bike with kangaroo on the back.
Would people use kangaroo fur?
More than capable, random. Sean, isn't it? Yes. I think that'd be. I think they'd be more than capable with that kind of power in their legs. I mean, they can. When you think about it, when they jump, like they're running. They're not jump. I mean, they're running, right? They're moving at speed, but they're jumping. And you can say when they hit them, they left the ground on the other side of the road and they've gone over your car and the car that's going the other way and land on the other side, and they keep doing that for the next couple of miles. Yes, I think they can, right?
That's awesome, because I have only you and Ken are the only two people I've talked to that's seen it, to where they can actually physically go, they can judge, going, well, so that's that. Thank you. That applies with my research as far as, because I think they're probably illegal here, kangaroos. I've never seen one here, and I just wonder why, because they're so capable and they would probably like it, right? I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah. I think they'd love it anywhere. I think they'd love it here in New Zealand as well, Sean. Yeah.
Thank you.
I want to get
I think the
cake.
thing is that we don't know how much other endemic animals can survive in any country. We just don't give them the credit because they're endemic to that country, and we're just not allowed to. Well, we're told we're not allowed to move them because they're endemic to a certain country, but that's not the case, that they're not able to survive in any other country, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. Horses are no longer called domestic animals, or like they're not domestic to this place. Where, like, if they made a law that says if you're not domestic, no animals are here, then you're not allowed. So they could take all the horses out, take all the horses away, because no horse is from here, right? They're not original. And I was wondering, I went to equestrian horse clubs, like they talk about horses, and I asked them, and I'm like, all these women have horses, but yet they don't know. They're calling, they look at me and I'm crazy. I'm like, so I literally had this question, and I came across, Chance, because the boat has a bunch of dinners and stuff, and they had like a equestrian group, and I went in there and I asked them legitimately, like, and I'd ask them like, can you ride? What about laws? Can you ride a horse in there? You know what they said? They said, why would you want to do that? Only one lady said that about the rubber boots. You get good, good boots for the horse, and they could ride on the pavement. But there literally is no law that you can't ride. The only law that says you can't ride a horse in there is why would you want to? That's what I found. But I'm sorry I'm getting off subject. But as far as the point is,
I got you. Yeah.
I'm thinking about these kangaroos and how I want to get a kango with kangaroo fur.
Yeah, and also you saying there's wild boars. It's like we got too many wild boars. I'm like, we got swamps, because wild boars will get rid of the swamp, and they can get you to work.
Where
on
are
time.
you, Sean? Where are you, Sean?
Salem, Oregon.
Oregon. I said, what? Where's that?
It's a
Is
Pacific
that in
Northwest.
America?
Yeah, Pacific Northwest, America. It's like Seattle, Portland, kind of.
So that's above California.
You near Oregon?
California?
Trees and yes. Yeah.
Belly Ray. There's a channel named Belly Ray. He's up near Oregon, I think, Portland.
Oh, is he? Is he? Yeah. Okay. Cool. I try to connect anybody, because when I see people, they're like over, and I'll never be able to see there, whatever. But then that's like Michelle Gibson. She inspired me. That was one of the first stickers I got, was Michelle Gibson. She did the 7 Salems when the eclipse happened. They went over 7 Salems, and ours was the first one. And that made me look. That made me look at That made me look at my own city, right? To where, whoa, like the glass, the prism sidewalks, the underground. I even found Starfort, in my opinion, Starfort evidence. They found everything else, but Starfort evidence, they deny it, because I've came across where they say there is no Starforts in the Pacific Northwest, and this and that, and I've been living on the river for so long that the river has more history than the whole town. And Salem, I couldn't, there's Salem and West Salem, and they do that for a reason that I find that West Salem has no history at all. Like it never like Salem has like underground and all this history and stuff and this and that, but like right across the river, nothing. Like, it's just weird how West Salem, to me, Salem means peace, and I kind of make a joke about it's a piece, like a piece here, there's a piece there, because there's 7 Salems. There's 7 Salems everywhere, right? It's a piece, and it goes with the narrative to where if I say, oh, it's just a piece of this and a piece of that, no, Sean, it doesn't mean that. It means some convoluted thing about something else. And it's like, okay. And then I'd go to the bookstores and I'd ask them, do you have any glass sidewalks, books, right? And the bookstore says no. And they have the glass in their front store, right in front of their store. So that goes with my narrative. Like, okay, obviously the bookstore is going to lie to my face, lie to all these customers that they don't have books about the stuff in their own front, their own place. And all the glass in the whole city, theirs is the most damaged. It's like they hand out sledgehammers for people to just bust them up. I've seen to where they pull up the sidewalk, and I'm watching them. I go, "You better put that back," and they say they put it back. They're going to bring it back, right? Because they have like one guy with a map, and he's like, obviously, he knows what's going to happen in the future because Salem doesn't just decide to buy trees that are going to be for an arid climate, right? To where their future for us is going to be arid, very dry, because they're planting trees that are different. Because I'm like, it's weird how the park is a window into what the plan is if they can't hide. To where there's beavers, the beavers take the trees down, and it's like, what's more important, the beavers or the trees? Because they're planting new trees next to the beaver tree that the beaver's gonna, and so the city needed a bridge. They built a bridge to this island that goes nowhere. So I'm be able to work with the narrative that they give me, and without having to point fingers, going, what if this doesn't help, and why is it doing that? This and that, dog friendly, right downtown, what, and so I will see a problem that they're gonna make, like for example, the dog. I mentioned the dog friendly, and so now it's kind of like a business in a way that the homeless people are able to stay on people's properties because they'll clean up the garbage and stuff. Because it's an organized helping hand. Does that make sense? To where they'll show Salem, and they'll push all the homeless from the parks downtown, and then the Statesman's Journal comes down, and like with the masks, I seen the Statesman's Journal guy put a mask on Tom McCall's statue and took a picture of it and made it and claimed it that it was vandalism. I couldn't even. It was like, because I'm in the park and I seen it happen. I mean, the day before it got vandalized, they put in flowers in the thing to where, you know what I mean, to where it's a cuck town that can be orchestrated easily by putting like a couple roadblocks in the streets, and it looks like Chad. Remember Chad or whatever, that one, the chaos city, to where, and the people of Salem are like they're just cut to where they're not even affected as long as they got their coffee, as long as the traffic's not as bad. I've talked to the Statesman's Journal. If you guys get a hold of like your local news thing or whatever, like newspaper, I noticed that before you can go in there, and I knew Jeff and I knew Sarah, and we talk like you see in the news, TV, you can see everybody. It's like a little booth and stuff. Now it's like a big black building that you don't even go in, and it's like, and so now I'm going to freelance people, and so that's encouraged me to make my own newspaper, right? My own, because it's all digital. And so, like as far as a YouTube newsletter, I've went to some of these channels, like Cadence, for example. There's a bunch of examples of that. I can't digest Fox News, but I could watch a clip of this and go, and basically it's something I already knew. It's like, oh, so now the other people know, right? To where
Fox
now
News is trash. I don't
oh
watch
yeah,
news
well,
stations, period. They're all hard to digest nowadays, all of them.
well, I might be assuming, but I'm assuming that we all can say, I told you so to somebody in our life, right? I mean, that was going to be on my tombstone for my family alone. When I told you so, because, we've all said something or accidentally spoke of some conspiracy thing.
Hey, that would make a good button.
I'm
That'd make a good button and a good T-shirt.
My middle name was already, because people told me so often, like, huh, you were right in the end, boy. I heard that so often that even my sister said, you hear that a lot, right? And said, even you notice, huh? She said, yeah, because I told you oftentimes enough too, like, huh, you were right in the end, boy. And
I'm getting triggered bad.
I'm talking, that's 15 years ago. I'm talking to you, so
I'm getting triggered bad. Where like the resentment, it doesn't make you feel any better, huh? It doesn't make you feel good that for a second that you get some kind of glimpse of what I'm doing now is that I recommend to buy stock, like for example, not to be horrible or whatever, but 666. You look at any stock that has a 666 in it, or like short selling. Do you guys know what short selling is? It's buying stock
No,
into
but
something that you know is going to fail. Something that you know is
What's
going to
short
fail.
selling?
Right? It's
Oh,
something
okay.
like something like, for example, the planes that hit the
Selling someone
thing.
short.
Right?
It's like
Yeah, if you
selling
bought
someone
stocks
short.
in the plane, if you bought stocks in the quote unquote plane before it hit, and the stocks dropped, so you'd win, right? It's just little things like that. Like when Disney buys something, you should buy it, right? I mean, there's so many times that I go, oh, Disney. I hate, it's not like I hate Disney. It's just that I've changed the way I feel about Disney and the way I feel about the word hate. Because you know what I mean? Because if I can change the way I feel about Disney, pull myself back going, you know what? People don't like it when I have feelings about Disney, right? So I will learn different ways of how I express it. And so then if I'm talking to one of my family members and they got like Disney all over, and I just know I'm gonna walk into it, I'd be like, ask them, have you bought Disney stock yet? And they're looking at me like what, and I'm like, well, so I encourage, I go, here's some money.
This
It's
guy
like,
is so
please.
fucking amazing. It doesn't matter what he says. He's always like surprising, and he's not even kidding you. I mean, he's real.
I appreciate that. I don't notice it, but other people do, I guess. Thanks.
Well, but I do.
Yeah. My mom does. She burns it. Ooh, she's like, don't encourage him, because she's my mom and she knows me in and out, and she just knows that.
I'm gonna listen to your mama. I'm gonna be quiet now. I'm not gonna.
I can't wait till you guys. I can't wait till you guys meet her, though.
Fantastic. You're just somewhat beyond mediocre.
I'm just like everybody else.
Fully sure you are. You're fully beyond mediocre, bro. That's a good thing.
You guys are just like me. Only reason why I'm here is because I go, and then I just get, it's like most of the time when I'm up here, I just get frustrated, going, man, they're talking my language. It's just, and I can't help but bring you into this real life. Like Captain and Barb, they don't. It's like they don't realize how much that you guys love them, but I tell them because, it's like my family, my real family, that because they haven't came and seen my vote, right? So imagine like living on a boat downtown that everybody knows and everybody sees, but yet, I got to go see my family this Christmas, and it's like I'm gonna fight the urge, going, where the fuck, how come, because they're gonna say, Sean, where were you? They're always saying to me, and I go, I'm just gonna have to put my foot down and be like, I've been downtown in that goddamn boat that you see driving by the river every day, and so I really, when I reach out to you guys wanting to come to me with the holidays, I do need I need a wingman, because it's either gonna be like just a huge hit piece against my family, right? And it's gonna be live streamed, like, or it's just gonna be, I want to force them into this. I want to force them into my life, which is forcing you onto them. So I apologize. I'm forcing you guys onto my family, whether you guys like it or not.
That is awesome. That is awesome, Sean. On ya.
I talk about you guys all the time to people that don't even fucking care.
Come on, guys. Come on. Let's get this. We can get this on the road. Come on.
Hey, much love to you, Sean. Much love to you.
Yeah,
Big
I didn't want to take any more time. It's just, I appreciate you guys, because this is practice to deal with my real family, and I failed so many times with you guys. I think I got my family whipped. I think they're gonna like this, because you guys are great, and I can't help but to anticipate what's coming next. What am I gonna hear? What we're gonna say, and we're gonna affect these people. And I say these people because
more disappointment is coming next, man. I heard Trump can't run for president. I don't know how true it is, but somebody said Trump can't run.
I know that you're right, Chucky. When you say more disappointment is coming, but when Sean is how do you say? If Sean reads the agenda of the disappointment, I want to go through it today. Sean's going to say, oh, well, today, some more people are going to lie to you, but you're going to feel good about it. It doesn't matter. Sean knows how to bring the disappointment in a good daylight. That's what I'm saying.
Yes. That's a good way to put it.
That's a very good way of putting it. Thank you very much, boy. Yep. I got that loud and clear.
I was just drawing some art.
Calm down, Flavio.
It was the Illuminati Trump. It was the Illuminati Trump card. Did you know how much that cost? Anybody out there, if you have the Illuminati card game from 1985, It's
No,
$95,000. $95,000.
original, right? Didn't
Yeah,
they make?
I was just copying it. I was just trying to infringe on it, but I can't find it. But it
Yeah,
was
I never
the art
seen
of it.
that card game growing up. That's crazy how it
Really,
slipped by me.
I was enthralled by it because like I kind of do art and whatever, and I kind of you see it go whatever, but when you draw it, when you can see the symbol, it's like it's weird. Like if you had 10 different people draw out one of those Illuminati cards, each one would bring out the hidden aspect that the other one wouldn't do. Does that make sense? Like
Yes.
you can hide things in art, and I've been finding just by because when Illuminati card first came out, I go, oh, I can never afford it, so I just started copying them. I just started making cards, right? Like I have a card, I have like 5 cards, right? Like legit ones that I just copied, and through that process, I learned about the pen. Like I learned about what was hidden that they said now that is hidden that I didn't notice that I saw. I thought it was just, you know what I mean, to where
Part of the picture. Yeah.
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 But the Trump one, I was doing that one because first I make it small and then I make it big, like a poster. And I do this all by cheating because I have to do like a number .2 pencil, like the mechanical pencil, the tiny ones. And I actually take the picture on my phone, blow it up, and then trace each little square, and then put the squares together. Can you picture that? I don't have a printer or nothing. I can't make a poster, so I'll make
Yes,
to make
I
a
do.
poster.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
basically tracing the image on your phone and having like 10 phones across and 20 phones up, basically, and then putting them together. But I started doing that with the Trump card, and it wasn't because of Trump. It wasn't this, and that's what intrigues me because of how I got to that. I'm trying to find out, but it was from the serial ATA with the S through it and the NIST. Remember that was? Remember that? There is no NIST without SATA. I don't want to pour
Yeah.
out. Remember that?
That's what you. That's what.
Just that. Remember that when you spoke that within like the few minutes, it blew my mind. I just followed because it wasn't NIST. I went SATA, and I go and I and all the things I recognize. We all recognize like you know what a SATA is, but the origin of how first it was an S and then it was an A and then it was a T, all the way to the acronym was like straight up just Satanist. Like it happened to have. It was so incredible how it unfolded for me, and so I'd be interested in how you guys yourself did it because first thing I did was I searched SATA space NIST. Nothing. It wasn't all. It was all about Satan, and it was like I tried to separate the two, and it was like I could not. It was like no matter
No,
how
but
hard I tried to put SATA, like a computer SATA, in with NIST, which is a cyber computer security thing, right? So they ignored the fact that NIST has anything to do with SATA, and I just find that like the giraffe thing. Like, why won't NIST, our security cyber thing, admit on Google that they have anything to do with SATA, let alone serial SATA-ism, right? And so I'm curious about that. That's why I feed off of you guys because this question that see nothing will help me deal with my family when they ask me about when I say the word Satanism, and I'll be up. Today I go. I found Satan. I found because there is no NIST without SATA. What is SATA and NIST? Satan, Satanist, and it's like, and I'm trying to prove myself wrong the whole time. Ever since then, it was like I'm trying to prove me wrong. And I told my mom this going, if I'm wrong, then the world's great. I go, Mom, I want to be wrong. I want to be so wrong that Disney isn't gonna do what it done to us, right? And so I'm kind of really projecting my just Christmas is gonna be rough, right? Right? Unless
I mean,
unless
sounds like you're up for a rough time.
it is.
It looks
I
like
don't.
you
They
want
all
to sail your boat into the rough sea.
I can just imagine, like the Matrix. They're all eating steak, and they're, "Come on, Sean, come and eat steak with us. It's real." I'm like, "There is no spoon, man. There is no
That ain't
spoon."
steak. That's stank.
Yeah,
There's no spoon.
and then
Here's a fork. Here's a knife, and this is steak. Eat it. Don't you love it? We love it.
I
I can say, yeah.
So do you want your button? That's why I came on here, was to get you your buttons. Or as far as I know, there's a way to be anonymity. Every city has a shelter.
Did I email them you? My address?
That's maybe probably. Yes, I think so. But if worst case scenario, you get somebody else's button, but you're gonna get buttons because I have addresses. It's just that, like right there, Max and Millie just came on. Because I guess I've bitten off more than I could chew. That's why I feel guilty. Letting people know that I've bitten off way more than I could chew.
Somebody else's buttons, but you always get
Not-
buttons. And if you get
I've
the wrong
bitten off
button,
way more than I could chew.
you might get sent. If you get the wrong button, you might get sent more buttons. Those might.
Yeah, definitely. Worst
but
case
we
scenario,
were
I'll just
sending you buttons, whether they're the wrong or the right buttons. You know?
That's good. Thank you.
You'll never get rid of it.
Beautiful. I love it. Beautiful.
Thank you. That takes a lot of stress off me. I needed to hear that. That's great. It's good. Right on. Because I even got 2 of somebody, and they're not going to care. It's like because I don't know anybody. I don't really like handing them out. I mean, I tried that with a few people, but I only get the enjoyment. You know, like here's a Z button. It's like they're like whatever. I'm like, yeah, they took it.
That is beautiful, Sean. Yeah. You're a special person, bro. You are.
Dude, the more I think about it, the random fan, that name, there was a reason.
Yeah.
Because I don't know why I did it. I don't know why. I still don't know why I'm here, but why I'm even talking to you people. But I'm gonna find out, and I know it's gonna be a good reason. Right? I mean, because I used to watch TV. I used to be proud. I used to be proud going, I don't watch TV no more. I watch like a channel. I just watch one channel, you know. It's like, but yet I can make this better than TV was because, you know, my first video I put up, I'm like,
but
I'm
you're
doing
involved in it
great.
too, Sean. You're involved in it. You're personal. It's a personal thing to you. Yeah.
That was why I put that video up, because my first video is me mocking Britney Spears. That was my influence of YouTube back then. I've changed what's influenced me now. It's you people. I'm gonna mock you people instead of Britney Spears, and I feel better about it. If that's any kind of consolation to you.
Was that you that said, "Oh"?
That was me, dude. That was me.
Leave
That
Britney
was me.
Spears alone. That was you. Wow.
Yeah, because I was influenced by Max Headroom to where the thing, you know, the phone. I want to be my whole fate, you know, to where like just a bunch of TVs, you know, because that's, you know, because if you meet somebody YouTube fan in real life and they're a real person, that'd be kind of lame. But if you meet them and they got like a fucking TV screen, you'd be like, oh, good.
I think that's why they call it YouTube. It's the total experience that an artist wants to have, right? It's like,
and they use what they have. I have 50,000 TVs. I mean, I've been first I was saving up because people get different TVs, right? And I just go, I'm like you know, I don't watch them, but I'll have them because I could put I could literally have a TV for each one of you, right? It's like, that'd be awesome, right? As far as kind of sick and weird and twisted, but
yeah, it would be kind of creepy too. You know, it'd be awesome.
But still, like visually, it'd be cool because, you know, because eventually we're all gonna be 24/7. I remember telling myself, going, I could do 24/7. I mean, I was like, you know, before there was even, I think it was a Michael Jackson video. That's what influenced me on that one. You all seen that? The longest video ever, 15 minutes. Where were you when the Michael Jackson video came out? Remember when MTV was cool? I think I bring that up because let's not do that to YouTube.
I think it was Thriller, right?
Yeah, it's 15 minutes long. It was the longest one.
Video,
right?
movie. It was a fucking movie.
Yeah. And that was the last time I remembered MTV was any good, and it scares me that it ever was good.
Dude, I'm gonna have to oppose that because Beavis and Butthead was big fun, and then these guys busting each other in the balls. What's it called? Jackass. Dude, I thoroughly enjoyed that. You know, I'm a man. I did that kind of stuff too. You know, dude, I loved watching that. I would be having shakes.
Let's take it to another level.
15 minutes.
Let's take it to another level. See, let's take it to
I mean,
another
I'm gonna
level. It's us. It's us in that movie now. See, it'll be us when we think about it later, instead of like thinking about somebody else's movie. It'll be us remembering our movie, right?
Yeah.
Even if it's bad or good. I can't help but watch some of those things that that wouldn't have happened without somebody else saying don't do that, or like why'd you do that, and then you find out why, like
Yeah.
everything. Like I just watched that thing with you and Boy. I didn't see that. I don't know. Sorry, or Z. I don't know. I don't bring it up, but
No.
I was heartbroken. I was like, I had no choice but to say something like I love everybody, because it was like, you know,
Yeah.
it's just where anybody, I don't know. It's just tough because everybody sees people argue sometimes, but there's some people that they see argue, and it's just like you don't want to see it. Like you would do anything to make it not happen, right? And I didn't know, and so that's what reminds me of the family, because because I remember saying that I won't rage quit. I learned about rage quit. I've rage quitted before, and I'm like, oh fuck. So the best thing I could do is promise never to rage quit you guys. I could never rage quit anybody, and
I could
not
imagine
expect them to say that to
that
me.
would be
I'm going to say
scary
that to my family.
if I imagine Sean being angry. I mean, I can't even imagine. But if I try to imagine it, that it would be one of the scariest things that I could imagine. If he would be angry at anybody. I mean,
Dude, it's
imagine
horrible because I work with Captain.
this
I
kind
work
and
with
friendly
Captain.
guy
He's
speaking
like
out to
Santa Claus. Imagine
yeah.
working with Santa Claus, and you got somebody like me going, "He forgot the screwdriver." It's just you're right, boy. I owe a lot of people apologies, because I
I
expect a
can't.
lot from people,
Do you
and
do you even can you do angry? Do you do it? No, you don't do angry. You don't do it. You just
no, I
don't.
tried it on Tommy on Illuma Tommy's. I tried to Rage Monday, and I wasn't very good at it. It was hard. I was talking about I want
Oh,
Radio Shack back.
yeah, right. Yeah, so I see that you can do angry. Yeah, I mean,
We can
that's
practice. That's what this is.
yeah. You should
You be
practice your anger.
Tammy. If you're Tammy, my cousin, I'll show you angry, right? To where when and so I made an agreement with her to never be alone with her. We agreed because she takes over the conversation, and I have my faults, to where, and that helps to where not to be alone, because before it was like, oh no, secret. Oh, it was like no, I could be in a room with her, and we both look at each other, and we just politely walk, till there's somebody else in the room, and it's just
Nice.
weird how I made a rule like I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna bring my
This
and it's
ball.
little tiny things like that. I never told anybody I never told anybody that that's one of my techniques that I deal with my cousin particularly. And I'm glad that you mentioned that, because I need to get warmed up on it, because next as many times I'll find out we're out in the garage together smoking a cigarette, and I'm like, I need to quit smoking cigarettes so this doesn't happen again. Because it's just like family's so close. Ever since grandmother passed away, the whole family just scattered like rats. That's what I feel, right? And so ever
It's such
since then, I guess I've taken on that role of like, we're doing a fucking family reunion, and if we're
so
not, then here's a video of last year's.
you actually want to reinstate your grandmother, right? I mean,
Yeah. She never died for me because it was on Thanksgiving. It was on Thanksgiving Day, so I don't know if it was like some kind of a blockage or whatever, but she never left, and my grandfather was always there, and I don't hesitate to bring it up. Going, if Grandma was here, would you do? I don't even say it like that. I say like I go, I look up, and they just know that's what I'm talking about. Like going, you know,
that's
to where
comforting, dude.
like just stupid things. Like I'll get angry when I go, hey, I need $1.75 for the bus, and Tammy will say, bus only costs 75 cents, Sean. And I go, when's the last time you rode the bus? And she don't remember. And I'm like, just can I have 75 cents? I need more. And so I'm late for work. I never go to work that day because I'm just fucking bent out of shape, because I'm having this big argument, but thinking that I'm lying to her. Like I'm trying to espionage 75 cents out of you, And I just need to get to work. And then, this is the same person I love and cherish. She's my cousin. And yet she expects me to get a draw from work that I didn't show up for work today because she buy plants. And
So, but
so
I want to know in the end. I mean, talking to these ghosts as your ATM. I mean, did it work out in the end? I mean, you asked for 175. She said you can get 75. That's enough for the bus.
no,
How much did you end up in that thing? I mean, did you get?
I never went to work that day. I didn't, because it was like I was a lieutenant for Dodge with Nell, and so all I had to basically do was go there and open up all this shit, open their store basically, and so I just missed that opportunity, and so I didn't get to work. You're just a lot attendant. You know, I just open and close, make sure nothing got stolen, and when the trade-ins came, I'd siphon the gas. The Dodge Chargers, I learned how to not put rubber on the fucking fender like the salesman would, because you know that's the biggest problem. If you're gonna burn a car out, you got to wipe the rubber off of the freaking fender. I've seen so many salesmen lose their job that way. Not me though. I'm a lot attendant. You know. Oh, and any recommendations if you're gonna buy a used car, talk to the lot attendant first. Secretly find, hey, anybody washing a car, you can trust them. That's what I'm saying because I worked at several lot attendants, and that's what I would do. I refuse to do that job, that lying and stealing. I'll give you a point here and see some damage, and like they haven't signed anything. Don't say anything. The whole top's just opened up. It's like, okay, warranties. I don't know. It's kind of a
Oh, dude.
touchy subject. Sorry. I don't mean to. This is your show, Wuz, and I just came to say hi and gloat over. I got Wuz buttons, or I'm gonna get all you guys' buttons. Hope you don't mind. It's just the trick is getting them to
Sean
you.
is taking over the show. Somebody do something about it. Sean's taking over the show.
I've sent them to a shelter place because they'll accept mail from anybody, right? If you go in there and just go to your local shelter and say, I'm expecting mail, you give them the name or your name and such, and then within a few days I'll send it to them. Because I stayed at a shelter before. The UGM here, it saved me, you know, as far as a safe place to go. Like I've seen people there for 5 years. That's a good way to call. You don't be like that, you know. But it is a place that, like, even if you're married to somebody and you just need a day off to where you can't just go off, go, but let them know that that's a safe place. That because it's because when you're scared and you want to go to some place that's safe, the best place is to be by yourself. In a way, because there's nothing nobody can say to you. There's nothing nobody's gonna do for you. The best thing they could do is to not say, like, why are you so upset? I'm not sure, but you guys have helped me so much, and I'm just saying what's helped me that I think that'll help other people because we're all in the same situation. I mean, you can pretend to be right there with nothing and then start again. And that's what I've done is I'll give myself red flags. Like my mom would always lose the keys. So I'd get double for her keys and let her say that she's always losing them because she gets upset when I say, well, here, they're hanging here. Here, I tape them here. Here, they're in your ignition welded to it, and she doesn't like that. So I'll do, subtle things that I'll do for myself. What I do for other people, I'm doing it for myself because I can't take my own inventory. I can't see my problems. So all the stuff that you...
I think you agonize your mother so often that she's going to live like 5 years longer, but also 4 years shorter because of you.
Yeah, well, I'm never going to live down because I breastfeed from her, right? And she's just a little short Korean, and she has no boobs, and so it's like, so I owe her. And so, love you, Mom. And shout out to all the breastfed. I mean, I'm still eating worms, but it's I guess that's a touchy subject because there's lactate. Lactate's not milk. At least the definitions. You look up lactate, and it's like, what does that even mean now? I don't know about you guys, but I drink milk that if I was lactose intolerant, I found out luckily it wouldn't be my problem. Because I guess you just, get it to where you just farting. Right? Isn't that what happens? I'm clueless on this stuff. If anybody's lactose intolerant, I don't mean to offend. Because if I couldn't drink milk with my pancakes, I'd be pancakes left. I'd be pancakes. Hello? No, you guys can't let me rant like this.
You would be pancakes.
You can't let me rant. You can't let me rant like this. I'll say something.
I mean, I would. I could be, even if you would be.
I'm sorry, Sean, but I'm not lactose intolerant.
Be a pancake, Sean.
I don't want to get everybody. I don't want to get your channel stuffed or whatever, because I don't know what I'm going to say next. And so I appreciate you letting me up here. I just wanted to jump in and say hi, everybody. And,
well, you can. I got a whole list of stuff you can't say.
Yeah, I know.
According to their tube.
There's reverse speak. Like I can say all the vulgar words and nobody say nothing. Isn't that weird? I mean, we could play a game, Christmas songs. Does anybody know any Christmas songs?
Dominic,
They
man.
sound bad. They sound bad backwards. They
Look
sound,
at
not like
Dominic's
bad, but
avatar.
they seem violent though to me. But it's a
Wait.
loophole. I think reverse speak can be a loophole for the censorship because I've tested it out with people around me, and I could just say whatever I want, and they don't know. But my mom, she knows. See, my mom knows. She knows because she uses it, and I found that was powerful to me. When my mom says she's such a Tanuk, we high fived. It was like, yeah, I know it's bad, but still we high fived right there in the checkout thing. In the store. She called her a Tanuk. And I love my mom even more. I love my mom even more that day. It's like, because we have disagreements. Like, yeah, he's talking
Look,
nonsense and this
random
and that.
fan froze up. Your picture froze.
Oh no. All good? Anyway. So hope I was smiling.
Yeah, you're smiling. You're smiling.
And everybody will miss everybody, like it or not. I promise it's a threat. Because I miss you guys already.
I'm gonna end this stream in like 20 minutes.
Well, you're all good with me, Sean.
Wait, what's today? Oh, it's Christmas Eve for you, Dean.
Yes,
Dean's
it's Christmas Eve, apparently.
Dean's gonna put a Santa suit on. He's got the beard. All we gotta get you is a sleigh and a couple of what are them things? Them dogs. And put on the dogs we can put reindeer antlers on them.
Yeah,
dogs are
in
faster.
Australia, I think they need a Mad Max car.
I'm in New Zealand. I'm in New Zealand.
Interceptor. Oh.
Which is what? Isn't that more north than Australia? No wonder it's cold a little bit. New Zealand. That's more near
if you
Asia.
look at Tasmania, which is the bottom of Australia, the island that's the bottom of Australia, that's sort of like level with the sort of top end of New Zealand. Yeah.
It's almost Antarctica, huh? Antarctica, kind of?
Yeah, we're down there. I mean, we're one of the closer ones, We're in that Antarctic Circle, if they want to put it that way, like the Arctic Circle is. Yeah.
That counts.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to take off here before I say something. Okay, guys.
You take care, right? And all
right,
the best
Sean.
for the coming year.
Sean, you're the best, dude. I'm still laughing. That guy's got so much energy and information and so much.
I know.
Thank you, Sean, for coming up.
I mean, he is the best.
I was going to ask him for his email, man. He took off.
He eats worms, for fuck's sake.
Yes, they teach you in the Marines here in the divided states of Schmakerica.
And his
What's
best
going
advice
on here? How you like this one better, right? This background one, look at that. It gets you dizzy.
I don't like that shit. I don't like moving backgrounds at all to begin with. I think that. But
you're in the wrong place.
Thank you very much, Chuck, for having me up and providing the link so I can get up here.
I'm gonna close it at 6 hours on the dot.
What time? What the hell? How far away was that?
20 minutes.
Okay, we got 20 minutes.
6 o'clock on the dot. I'm in my drop top. No, I'm not. I'm lying.
I'm trying to fix my another little charging unit.
Why isn't this thing uploading? It's pissing me off.
Stop pissing Chuck off.
The bloody battery's peeing me off this thing.
Much respect, Sean.
Yes, much respect, Sean.
A couple of dope.
I really do.
Big hugs from me to you, bro. Big hugs to you too, boy.
Yeah, when Sean said buttons, I I said, oh shit, I forgot about that.
Buttons.
Yeah. Oh, these could go in the front too. Nice. Look at that.
Yeah, it looks like fucking Indonesia, dude. The fucking
Yeah.
show. It's like Thailand.
It's just for show.
Thailand. Looks good. Looks good though.
Just to like open up a show, you know. I play that, have it sitting there while I'm playing my intro music. Or if people come up I don't know, I'll put this on. So then if they try to act funny with the video, it won't work and they'll fail.
Yeah, and
So,
it's also cool for Sean, you know, because he's from Korea. He's gonna feel right at home.
look at this one.
The Colosseum.
I like this one.
This looks like the Bronx, dude.
Yeah, with the train, and then it's got the smoke coming out of the freaking pits of hell.
Yeah.
Doesn't it say Al Gore in the background?
No, it says Gore.
Oh, I thought that was Al in front of it. I was gonna say, damn, Al Gore is tagging. Cool.
That bitch.
I had cooler ones, but it won't. Oh, I got the first picture, bro, of Earth and the moon. The first picture, NASA. Right here. Right here.
Ah, fuck it, dude. Oh, thank you. So this is where we are.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
We're on two balls.
Yeah. You know, somehow I felt like that, you know,
Yeah.
balls were very important. Yeah.
NASA sent me this picture back in '92. No, I took this picture. That's right. I forgot. When I took my flight from Mars, I took a first class flight to Earth back. And as we were in approach, I took the picture and I said, man, people aren't going to believe this.
And I sure as hell don't. Yeah.
Shit.
That's awesome. Damn, man, I had these cool ones, but it won't upload them. It's trying to say it's the size limit are 20 megabytes for images and 3 megabytes for GIFs. So I only get, wow, 20. This is it says when you buy the package, you could upload stuff with any amount or some shit, man. It'd be fronting. They give you these tight little upload amounts. 3 megabytes? Like, come on. Peace, Anna. That sucks, Anna. I had to do that when my other phone crashed out. I thank whoever, the internet gods, that my password, I couldn't remember it for my second channel. So I also got to thank StreamYard for saving it, because other than that, I can't access to give people thumbs up or none of that. Because I can't and stupid Google, right? I got my new phone and I put the email in. So I try to change the password and they want to send the thing to my old phone. And I'm like, I don't know. Google, I think it's my fault because of the settings. But yeah, it's a pain in the ass when you get a new phone. You got to start all over.
Oh, I hate that shit. I hate that shit. First thing I do remember, first thing that I always turn off is this click, click, click thing when you push a button. When you don't put, when it's just on the screen, but they want to make it sound like you're pushing a button. No, I don't want to hear click, 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 click. And the second thing I turn off is the prediction of the word, or autocorrect, or
Oh, yeah. Because if you want to spell it a different way, it'll keep correcting you. I hate that shit.
And even if you spell it the way you want to have it spelled, and you press enter, it's gonna produce another word. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
No.
I know. I see. It does it to me.
That
I had to
annoys
do the
me.
same.
So that's the first thing I turn off. First thing. Priorities, dude. Priorities. Like that sound, that click, 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 and word prediction. Fuck that. And any news feeds, I totally. That's the first. That I spent the first day deleting most things when I have a new phone. It's a tedious job. You're gonna have to do it. So.
What kind of phone did you get, Anna K?
Spill tea
God
over.
damn it. Pisses me off.
Bye, Dino. Oh,
Am I going?
no, I thought that you left, but you're still here. It's Charles that went.
I've got a whole mess of bloody 12-volt equipment here that I'm testing. I went and got myself a light tester so I can test whether I've got connections going everywhere. Because I want to have alternate bloody ways to do stuff, boy.
Well, it seems to be working.
I'm not going to be left in the lurch, bugger them.
Well, I mean,
They can go to buggery.
Right. I mean, we'll see how it goes. I mean, like I said, I don't trust these people. Like I said, they have an army full of nitwits and fucktards. So, and the real smart people are going to use the real smart bombs, and those real smart people aren't so stupid to shoot the world to pieces. That's pretty much what it comes down to. So, yeah, I'm not too worried, to be honest.
Well, the other thing is, I mean, we've probably even been conditioned not to worry so much. I mean, when not that conditioned, we've been conditioned to placate ourselves with other things, right?
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm living a life of luxury. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I live a pretty luxurious life. I don't need to work. I can work. I do work, but not necessarily. If I don't work, I just make the same money. I can't complain. But then again, yeah, I'm not going to do this at any price. It's not like, it's not that addictive.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But we'll see how it goes. I think that the Dutch are not the Dutch are not a very how do you say, with traders, right? And traders and traders, and farmers. We're not warriors, right? We're not so much of morality. We're more about economics. So You know, that's not really my game. I'm more of a warrior, so I don't know. Third phone in 8 months through dropping them. How about just having a phone case, or just I mean. Oh, and down the toilet. Wow. Yeah, that's extreme stuff there, NRK.
Candy's back. Peace, Candy.
And so, but Dean, it's not well, it's not Christmas Eve yet there. Like, it's the morning of Christmas Eve there, I think, right?
Yes, it's what do we got here?
It's Christmas. Christmas.
10.
Yeah.
What we got there? 10:04, is it?
Yeah.
10:04.
Yeah. In the morning, right? Yeah.
Yes,
in the morning.
Yes, well, apparently I don't know, the people that invited us to dinner a few months ago may have forgotten that they did. I don't know. They haven't got back to us to let us know whether we. You wonder how the hell things are going when people invite you to something, and then you don't hear anything for a few weeks, and you wonder what the heck's going on. So we're going to ring them today just to make sure. We're going to ring them to make sure they remembered. And they'll go, oh, shit, we forgot. They'll go, oh, it's all right. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
What happened to Dominic? He turned his back on us. See his avatar?
Yeah, he's preparing for a Zoom meeting. So, yeah.
Oh. First he had the fuck off spray.
and now he's tied his kitten to the wall.
Oh man, I'm getting flashbacks, man. They work you like a slave, Candy. You work 2 different shifts, Candy, huh? Or 2 different jobs? I think Candy works 3rd shift, he said. And another shift. I give Candy credit, man, because I couldn't do 3rd. Well, I could if I put my mind to it and really just did it. So let me not say I couldn't, but right now I wouldn't want to work 3rd shift, put it that way. I know I could. I've done three of my jobs in my life. All the stocking jobs I ever had was 3rd shift. It's hectic 3rd shift.
It's a young man's game.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Or
it's a young whippersnapper's game.
Yeah, or you have to be like an insomniac or somebody that can actually deal with that. But most people can't deal with 3rd shift.
Well, I had a buddy farm job, quite a long time, 30, 40 years ago, of course, where I was getting up at 4 in the morning, going milking the cows, and then I'd have to go to do my work during the day, like get that completed before 10 o'clock, like the feeding of the stock and all that. And then I'd go out and I'd be on a mower cutting hay till it's time to go and get the cows, and I'd go and get the cows, do the afternoon milk, get them back into their paddock, give them a feed, and then I'd go back and I'd get on that tractor and I'd work till bloody midnight. And then I'd have 4 hours sleep, and then I'd bloody or less, and then go back to work again. I was doing bloody over 90 hours a week. And yeah, it was bloody taxing, I tell you. Yeah, hard work. 90 hours a week is a long time.
I think I wouldn't last, dude. I think it wouldn't last 90 hours.
Well, I got to the stage, boy, I couldn't even drive a car. I'd go to sleep at the wheel. I'd sit down to dinner or breakfast or lunch, and I'd fall asleep. Buddy, I'd fall asleep in my plate if I didn't move it out of the way. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good. That's a bad sign.
Oh yeah, I know. I didn't stay with the guy like long. One season with that guy was enough. His name was John Bull. He's a bloody bullshit artist.
Hold on. Wow. So sometimes, hold on, from 1:30 to 9:30 and 12 to 8. Oh, you don't work 2 jobs anymore. What? Who? Who? Oh.
Anyway, Chuck, boy, everyone, who else have we got in here? Dom, hey Dom. Chuck, yep, boy, I'm gonna go now. Gonna have me a cup of tea with the kettle on, of course, and got a few
All right,
odd jobs
Dave.
to get done.
Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, take care, and for me, I'm listening to the solstice is the change of my season now. So as far as I'm concerned, I've gone past the longest day. I have to be considerate.
Yeah, I'm glad.
I have to be
Dean. The
considerate.
sun's coming back this way.
Yep, there you go. That's a good sign to say that the sun's going back your way.
Thank God. Thank the Creator.
I'd just like to say that, I'm going with that as my yearly calendar now. Not so my yearly calendar, but, just the way I look at life. And in New Zealand now, since doing some research on our Celtic, because I've heard things about our Celtic origins, not here, but how there were original Celtic peoples here in past times. There are Bolivian bowls that they did ceremonies with, carved into rocks here in different places. There are granite stones that have been, there's one called Split Apple Rock. It's in Nelson Bay, the Abel Tasman Bay, what they call Tasman Bay. And there's a Split Apple Rock there. It's made of granite. And it's a pile of rocks that were put there. You can tell they were put there. There's no other explanation for it. They did not fall there or land there. How could they be so precise to pick up the summer and winter solstice? They got the winter solstice down to a T. And if you've got eyes to see, you can pick it up easily. Right?
Yeah. Welcome Candy's nephew into the world. That's beautiful, man. It's a beautiful thing to bring life into this world. That's sacred.
It's a shame that they have to come into such a world.
And thank you, Dom. Who else had came up?
Let's make it a better one for them.
Sean came up.
Congratulations, Candy.
Who else? I forgot that guy's name that came up. Remember? Shout out
Big
to him.
hug, Candy.
I forgot his name. Shout out to everybody. Let me just say that.
You talking about Sean or Nash? At that point,
Nash,
Nash.
yeah. I forgot to say his whole name. Nashek. I forgot.
and Smoking G, I think she was up.
Smoking G, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Smoking G. I want Smoking G to come up one time and really speak some wisdom.
Let her talk.
On marijuana. Yeah, I'm interested in getting some bees and creating honey, but the bees can use the marijuana plants to make the honey. If I did that like indoors in a garage or something, I wonder if someone has tried this yet. And I wonder if it could create a good medicine.
I think I've seen something on it, Chuck. I think I've seen something on there. Yeah.
Someone stole my idea. Beekeepers probably been thought of that, because you know beekeepers smoke weed. They'd be stoned getting stung with the bees.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I like that avatar right here, Dom God. That's funny.
Yeah, me too. I like his little avatars. There you switch between them. But anyway, as I say, I must go. I'm getting. I've got things to do. Much love, everyone.
Have a good day, bro. Peace. One love.
One love. Peace out.
Well, I guess I'm off myself too, Charles. Have a good one.
You too, Dom. Have a good day. And damn, I gotta email you, Dom.
No, I got it.
Yeah,
I'm getting everything ready to send to you actually via mail.
All right. I tried to text you and stuff, but for some reason, I gotta think maybe I'm gonna check that international area code.
Yeah, you might not have international texting. If you don't know, there's no problem. I got your email, and I'll send you, I guess, the tracking number when I get it.
I don't know. I'll check into it. I have to have
no problem
international. If I could call people in other countries, I could text them. Thank you, Jen. Have a good day, night, or evening, or morning, or.
And share with us once in a while when you get a glimpse of your little one still hanging around with you, bugging you a little bit before it decides to move on somewhere else.
What, my other cat?
No, I'm talking about the one that just decided to move on.
Yeah. Sucks.
Well, it's our attachments. I get it. I'm not here to take that away from you, Charles. But they're beautiful little beings that are inside of those little vessels. So.
She lived her years. She had a good home. Animals are better off being free instead of being pets in a cage.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's a house, it's a cage to them. Pets are meant to wander around.
Even the human form that we're in, hence nature, wild and untamed. Yes. We domestify them, and unfortunately the dog is more domestic than the cat usually are. Cats usually, no matter what, you set them outside, you'll see them yapping at birds, chasing mouse. So they still have that wild part of them in them.
That's probably why they got zoos. I think of a more sinister, selfish reason. Maybe they're taking their genetics, and because they're always taking blood from animals and stuff. Oh, we need to check their blood, and we need to see if this and that. Like, nah. I think it's for other stuff.
They do that to us, Charles. You know, that whole manipulation is always done even on the human species.
Yeah. Yeah, they were tracking birds before. And humans, because I remember the first parole brace I had on my ankle to track me like a freaking piece of property.
It's always nice to see when you see an animal like a dog and the loving spirit of a child, and next thing you know, that dog knows how to skateboard. It's mimicking. It's mimicking itself.
I'm gonna play that video tomorrow of the dog using buttons to speak. Thank you, Anna. Yeah, I got one more cat left. She even knows. She looks sad, my other cat, which is weird because they didn't get along too much, but I think my other cat came in the living room and seen my cat passed away before I got up, and it freaked her out because she won't go. She probably smelled her dead and probably was like, what the hell? Freaked her out. She looks sad.
Two of our cats, that's what they did. One decided to pass away down in the basement, and the other one in the hallway to avoid the other cat seeing it. They're intuitively know that you don't want to cause grief, even though my one cat used to hiss at the other one because it sensed it was time. You know, cats start hiding in corners. They're ready to move on. It's just
That's
something.
why she was bugging out.
Yeah.
Yeah, my cat just wanted to be alone. She even was turning for me when she was sick.
Yep.
And the sound she was making, just whatever it was, attacked her lungs. Like and I felt so bad, man. Like to see a little animal in pain and you can't. And that's when I thought I might as well. I was gonna either take her to get put down or something, and she didn't make it the next day.
She might have done you a gift, Charles. I know I had one of my cats. Money usually becomes an issue, and the cat knows. I remember I made peace with one cat, bringing it the next day, and it decided to pass away. In nature, those animals would have made different kinds of noises, and there would have been another animal to do a mercy killing. We've become so unattached or out of tune, actually, with nature. So when we see them, even in a pet form, they are communicating with us. It's just that we don't speak their language and they don't have like hands like us. If they did, we would see them mimicking us. Because I heard you guys talking earlier about, can we communicate with animals? It'll be like aliens. We probably don't understand their language, but if we have the same kind of body as them, we would probably be able to mimic them, hence body language. If not, then we would look at us, an alien, and say, well, we can't fly like you. We can't communicate with you. So we're just making noise. And they'll probably thinking, yeah, we just hear noise. But there is a way to communicate with all different types of animals, let alone plant kingdom. Some people just have to do things like ayahuasca to communicate with them. Anyway, I'm going to let you go, Charles. Have a beautiful night, okay, my friend?
All right, Dom. Have a good day. Peace to everyone in the chat. Have a good day, Anna, Candy, Jen, everybody. This is a great 6 hours, and I'll check you out tomorrow. Peace to the gods.